what is up guys, hope you're fine and welcome to this project. So in this project we are going to make this portfolio website for Amy. So she is a fictional character, this Amy character, as you can see here. So we are going to build a portfolio for her, and this will be the hero section. And here, as you can see, that we have our left side, we have our information, in the right side we have her photo, and we have some animation going on here. If I refresh, as you can see that the animation, so it's looking good. And we have this button here, and we have these two buttons actually. And if I scroll down, as you can see that I have this my second section of the portfolio, which is the services. And as you can see that we have this nice services section. So after that we have this testimonial section, as you can see, which is looking good. And after that we have the stats for Amy, and we have nice cards for that, as you can see. And also we have about section, which is also looking good. If you notice the heading, you can see that there are some outline behind the actual heading text. If you can see, it's a subtle outline, so which is actually making this heading really good. And also the design is, as you can see, it's actually really awesome. And finally we have the projects for Amy, and if you can see that we have this hover effect here, and also we are having a overlapping layout here. And as you can see, those projects here, which is fine, looking good. And in the end we have this nice footer. As you can see, we have the social icons, we have the contact info, and the important links, and we have all the things in the footer, which is actually perfect, a nice footer. So now let's go to the menu, which is actually really a cool thing that we have in this project. So if I open the menu, now as you can see that this is the normal menu. If you can see here, we have a close button, we have our menu, and we have our the options, means the menu or menu items, I mean, here. So if I hover one of the item, you can see that there is a if you can see that in the right side there is actually outline, which actually changing according to our hover, so which is actually really awesome thing that we have here. I really like that, if you can see here. So that's what we have for our menu. If I go to my next page, this is a two-page project, one for the whole landing page, as you can see that, and second page only we have for the contact. So if I go to the contact page, so that's the contact page that we have here. If you can see that the same style heading, and the hire an inquiry, and we have this information and also social icons, and in the right side we have the actual form, which is actually looking really nice. So that's what we are going to make. We will make this project with HTML and CSS, and also we will use a little bit of JavaScript, not much JavaScript. We will actually write only few lines. The main purpose of this project is actually HTML and CSS, not JavaScript, so you don't need to worry about that. So that's what we are going to make in this project. And if I go to the inspect to show you the responsiveness of the website, as you can see that that's the mobile version of the website. You can see that we have the colors for the mobile version, but whenever I will go to the desktop version, there will have no color. The color will have whenever we will actually hover in the desktop version, but in the mobile we don't have hover option. So that's why I just thought that we should actually keep the color as a default. So as you can see that all these things are really responsive, and it's actually looking nice in our mobile device, if you can see here. So everything is perfect. I think this will be a great fun to make this whole project with you guys. So I hope you will like this idea to make the project for a fictional character, and that's what we are going to make in this whole project. So let's actually do it. Also, if you want to follow this project part by part, what you can do, you can follow this playlist. So in this playlist, as you can see that we have all the part of the project, as you can see that from the part 1 to the part 10. So you will find all the individual part video here. If you want to follow like that, you can follow this playlist. So whatever you feel comfortable, so you can follow this long video or you can follow this part by part playlist. So in the both way, the content will be the same. Also, if you want to get some interesting tips and tricks about web design and development, you can follow us on Instagram. The handle is instagram.com/web_CIFAR. Also, if you face any kind of problem with this tutorial, you can join our Facebook community group. We have a great and helpful community and you can post your problem there. So with that saying, let's get started. So for the code editor, we are going to use Visual Studio Code. So you can come here. So the URL is code.visualstudio.com and you can come here and install Visual Studio Code, or you can use any kind of code editor if you want. So I will use Visual Studio Code. So that's why I prefer to use Visual Studio Code if you want to continue with me. So after that, if you download Visual Studio Code from here, just install it. It's a pretty straightforward installation. So install it, and after that let's actually create our project file here. So let's create a folder with the name of project ME. So that's the name of our project. So let's open it. So let's create 2 more files in this folder. So the first file that we need is the index.html. So index.html, and after that we also need a style.css file. So once we have these 2 files, so let's open it with our Visual Studio Code. So what we can do, we can just right click the project file and open this with our Visual Studio Code, or you can just drag and drop this file into your Visual Studio Code, something like that. So both will open the project file in our Visual Studio Code, and here as you can see that here is my file index.html and a style.css. So first of all, in my index.html, so let's create a boilerplate here. So for creating a boilerplate, you can create the boilerplate easily with the emit. So in the Visual Studio Code, you have emit by default. So which makes your life easier, means you can write your HTML very quickly. So to have a quick boilerplate in HTML, you can just create the boilerplate with exclamation sign, and after that, as you can see that emit abbreviation, and you can hit enter or tab. So these will create this simple HTML boilerplate. So let me increase the font size here, not like that. So the font size is okay, I think. And after that, here in our HTML, so first of all, let's change the title here. So let's say that ME's portfolio. So we just changed the title, and after that let's actually test our website here. Let's say that h1 hello world. And after that, we need to open this our HTML file in our live server to see what is actually done here. So to open it in a live server, you can install a extension from here. So go to this extension tab, as you can see here, and search for live server. And this is the extension. As you can see that I already installed it. If you don't have it, you just can install it from here. And once you have it or installed in your Visual Studio Code, you will see this little button in this down corner, as you can see, or you can do right click and open this with live server. As you can see that that's the option. So click that and it will open this file in your default browser, as you can see. So I can see my hello world text, and also I can see my website title in this top corner, as you can see here. So it is doing well, as you can see. So let's actually set it here and set this one here. Now everything is ready to go. So let's also open the final project, means the end product of our project. As you can see that this will be the end product of this whole website, as you can see that. So let's open it side by side so that we can get direction what we need to do. So first of all, for now we will create this hero section. So let's start with this hero section. So here, as you can see here in my HTML, let's actually remove this one and let's start with a comment. So let's say that this is the hero section, and this will be the end of hero section, and between this comment I will have my first section, which is the hero section. So let's get a section with the ID of hero. I think I should do a little bit lower font size, so I think this will be fine. There will be no problem, I hope. So section with the ID of hero, and inside this section I will have a div with a class of container, and inside that I will have two div, one will be the left and another one will be the right. So let's actually explain you here, and as you can see that that's the hero section, and here if I do a separation here, we can separate this whole section into two parts. This can be left and this can be right. In the left side we have our information, and in the right side we have our image. So that's why I just did two div here, as you can see that one for the left and one for the right. So in the left side, actually let's have the information here. So in the left side I will have a paragraph with the class of subheading, and here I will just say that I am Amy. So also after that let's have my heading. So this will be our main heading, so let's have a class of heading, and inside this h2 I will have my heading, which will be this heading, as you can see that pixels with purpose. So let's actually have this. So I will have a animation here, as you can see that if I refresh that I will have this animation. So that's why what I need, actually I need to wrap this each of word with a div here. So let's wrap each of these word with a div. So here I will just create a div with a class of wrapper, and inside that I will have a span, and inside this span I will have my pixels, means the first word, and I will do similar for the next two word, which is the width, and the last one will be the purpose. So if I come to my project, as you can see that these are the words, as you can see it's doing its job. And after this h2 let's have a paragraph, and here I will have my paragraph, and let's say that we'll have a class for it. So this will be the description, so that's why description DESC, and here I will have my text. So I will not have much text, I will have some normal lorem ipsum inside that. As you can see that will be enough for this text. And after the paragraph I will have my button. So if you notice that I have two buttons, one is this regular button and another one is this play button. So for that I will actually wrap those buttons with a buttons div. So buttons, so inside this buttons div I will have my button. So let's get the first one, and for now let's create a death link, and let's have a class which will be the primary class, means primary button I mean. And here inside that let's say that get started. I think instead of get started I can actually say to see my works. We can actually link it with the projects. I will actually think about it what we can link with this button, but for now let's actually keep it with this see my works thing. And after that I will have my first SVG button, which is this play button, as you can see. So let's create this one. So for that I will have an anchor tag and I will have a date link. And for the SVG we can actually go to heroicons.com, and here for play we can search for it, and as you can see that's the SVG. So copy the SVG one and paste it inside your this anchor tag. And if I save now, as you can see that's the huge play button, but we don't want that. And if you notice that in this SVG what we have is we have some path here, as you can see that's the path and this is the second path. And if you notice here both of this path have a stroke width of 2, and also here as you can see that a stroke width 2. So we don't want this stroke width 2, and we can actually keep it 1. I think this will be fine. As you can see that it's now a little bit thinner, which is looking fine. So let's style it. This is the left side information. We need to add the image in the right side. Let's also actually add the image in the right div here. So I think we will need the image tag for that. So let's actually get the image. Right now we don't have the image. Let's actually get the images here. So here is you can see that all the images that I'm going to use in this project. As you can see that these are the all images. You don't need to worry about these images. You will get these images also with this code in the GitHub. So don't worry about the images or the code. You will get it from the GitHub. So let's actually get our profile image that we will have in our right side. So let's link it. So which is inside my image folder, and I believe this is the profile.jpg. And also let's say that AMI. And if I come here, as you can see that that's the image, but the image is, as you can see that, too big. We need to resize it. So let's go to our style. So here first of all let's link the style sheet CSS, and we can actually say that style.css. So it's now linked with this style.css. Now let's actually do some styling here. First of all, on my style, what I want to do actually, I want to get the fonts. So let's go to fonts.google.com. So in this project we are going to use two fonts. One is the Montserrat. So from the Montserrat we are going to use 700. So this is a 700, and also we are going to use 900. Select those font, and after that we are going to use Roboto Mono font here. So let's search for Roboto Mono. So that's the font, and from Roboto Mono we are going to use 300 and also 500. And finally we are going to use Poppins. Actually 3 fonts we are going to use in this project. Poppins, yeah, that's the font, and from here we are going to use 600. Yeah, so once we selected all the fonts that you are going to use in your project, you can come here and copy the import tag for all of your fonts. So copy the import tag and paste it in your style.css. Now you can actually use those fonts in your project. So once we have this in our project, what we can do actually, we can apply it. So let's go to our HTML here, and let's say that a font family. So default font family that I want is the Roboto Mono. Roboto Mono. And if you want, you can actually make a sans serif as a fallback. So now you can see that the default font family is now Roboto Mono, which is actually perfect. And also let's actually have a default font size 10 pixel, because we are going to use RAM and M unit in our CSS. So for the base font size we are going to use 10 pixel. So as you can see that everything is perfect. Now default font size is 10 pixel and default font family is Roboto Mono. So after that, let's actually do some global style here. Means as you can see that first of all we need to remove the unexpected gap that we have in our HTML element. So for that, here we just can, let's do it here, universal selector, and let's say that the padding will be 0 and the margin will be 0, and also let's say that box sizing will be the border box. And as you can see that there will be no extra gap anymore, as you can see. So let's actually do a comment here. So these are the global styles that we will have. And after that, let's actually have some variable for my colors. So let's say that variables, and we will create those variable in the root. So primary color that we are going to use. So let's actually copy this color and paste it here. So this will be the primary color of our this project, which is this purple color. So as you can see that in our end project we have this primary color, that's the color. And let's actually copy rest of the color from here and paste it here. So as you can see that those are the colors that we are going to use in this whole project. So after that, let's go to our body. And let's say that the background color will be our this body background color. So to call it, we just can say that bar, and inside bar we just can say body bg, which is the name of this variable. And if I save, now you can see that in the background we have this subtle off-white color here. So good. And after that, first of all we need to resize this image. So for that I just can say that, so in our global style we are actually creating this image resizing, because I want to have this resizing for all of my image. So let's say that any of my website image will have a width of 100% and the height of 100%. So which will make sure that we will not have the image outside of my window. So perfect. And after that, let's actually have a global style for my anchor tag here, as you can see that. So for each of my anchor tag, first of all we want to have a color of black, and also I don't want to have any kind of text decoration. That's the common thing that we want for each of our anchor tag. So none. So as you can see that now the color is black and there is no text decoration. So after that, let's actually come here and do my hero section style. So let's do a comment here and let's say that hero section, and inside that I will have my hero section style. So first of all, let's actually get my hero ID, and let's say that the height will be 100 VH and the width will be 100%, and also let's say that the padding in the top will be 10 rem. So as you can see that we have this minimum padding, which is the 10 rem, and the height is actually 100 VH, but we have content which is actually going outside of this 100 VH, but we will fix it, no problem. So after that, let's go to the container. So hero.container container, and here let's say that the display will be flex, and align items will be center, and justify content will be also center. So now as you can see that whenever I used this flex, everything now is now inside of this flex, means this is now a flex children, means this left and this right are now a flex children, this right. So the both left and right are now flex child, so they are now in a row. But if you want, you can change the flex direction, and we will actually get into it a little bit later, but let's actually keep it like that, because we want like that, we want the left in the left and the right in the right side. So now we have this left in the left side and we have the right in the right side, but the layout is not complete yet. So I want this left div, as you can see that this div don't have enough space, so I want to increase the width of it. So for that I just can select it. So hero inside the container we can actually select the left and say that the flags will be 6. So let's actually duplicate whole thing and say the right will be 8. Now as you can see that we have flag 6 for the left and we have flags 8 for the right side, which means the right side is actually a little bit bigger than the left side. So it's looking good, but I need to do some more style in my container. So let's actually do it here. Let's say that I want to have a width of 90% and the margin will be 0 and auto, and the max width that we will allow is 1000 pixel. And if I save now, you can see that now it's looking much better. Now we don't have our this content in the left edge here. Now we have some space, because as you can see that we said that the container will have a 90% width, and the maximum width that we will allow is 1000 pixel. As you can see that this will not go outside of 1000 pixel. All the content will remain inside 1000 pixel. So this is good thing. As you can see that that's what we are going to use in each of our section. We are going to use the similar thing in our hero, in our service. As you can see that everything is now in container. So we are going to use this container thing in each of our section. So that's why let's actually keep this style, means this last 3 line, in a global style. So cut it from here and come here in your global style and say that whenever I will use this container, I will have this style. No matter where I will use this container, whenever I will use container, I will have this style. So that's fine. Now we will have the style here. So after that, let's actually style my information in the heading. So I have a subheading. First of all, let's actually do the style for it. So hero left dot subheading, and let's say that the font size will be 1.8 rem, and the font family, not font family, sorry, the font weight will be 500. The font family will be the default one. If I save, as you can see that the font size, it is not actually correctly grabbed, I think. Subheading, oh, I think I misspelled that. Now it's actually perfectly grabbing the subheading, as you can see. So after that, let's say that I want to have a text transform uppercase, and also let's say that the color will be the primary color that we have. So primary color, the variable. Now you can see that the color is now primary color. So after that, let's actually go to my heading. So hero left heading, and here let's say that in our heading I will say that the font size will be 6 rem, and also the font family will be the Montserrat, and also you can use a fallback sans serif. Now you can see that the font family is now is Montserrat, and after that let's say that the font weight will be the bold one, means the 901. And if I save, now you can see that we have a bold font weight here. And after that, let's actually go to the description here. Hero left description, and here let's say that the margin top will be 2.5 rem, and also max width we want to have it about 400 pixel, and if you can see that it's having a 400 pixel. Let's actually, let me check it here where it is description. Perfect. So let's actually say that the font size that I want here is actually the default one, which is the 1 rem. So the font size, I think instead of 1 I can use 1.6 rem. Yeah, it's looking good. I think instead of this 1, I think it's better. So this will be perfect for our this description, 1.6 rem. And after that, let's say that the color will be the secondary black that we have in our variable. Good. So after that, once we are done with the description, we can go to now these buttons here, as you can see. So hero dot left dot buttons, margin top that we will have here will be the 3rem, and also let's say that display will be flex, and align item center. We are doing flex here because as you can see that if I scroll here, they are actually staying side by side, so that's why I want to make it a display flex. So after that, display flex, align item center, and justify content will be the flex start, means in the left side, and also let's have a gap of 2rem. So as you can see that we have 2rem, but I don't have any kind of my second button, which is display button. I can't see it because we don't have a width for this SVG. So let's say that for the button SVG, hero left dot buttons SVG, I will have the width of 50 pixel, and now I should see my button here, as you can see. After that, let's also say that the color of this SVG will be the primary color. So let's have my primary color here. So now as you can see that it is primary color. So the SVG is looking fine. I need to style my this primary button. So let's actually style this primary button. So hero left, and here I will have my buttons, and inside that I'll have my primary button. So primary dash ptn. So here I will just say that for my primary button, the display will be inline block, because by default every anchor tag is display inline. So background color I want to have is my primary color, because that's the primary button. So as you can see that the background is primary color. The color will be the white, and also let's say that the font size will be 1.8 rem. Yeah, we need some padding here. So padding 0.6 rem and 1.6 rem for the this one. The second one will be for the left and right, and the first value will be for the top and bottom. And if I save, now you can see that that's the button. I think instead of rem I should use m. This will be m, sorry. So whenever we are using m, which means actually it's actually depends on the font size of the element. So in the element, means in the button, we have a font size of this 1.8 rem. So now whenever we are actually using this m, now the base font size is actually this one. So that's why it will be increased, as you can see that. So if you have any kind of confusion with this rem and m, you can let me know. I can make a separate video on this rem, m, and all the CSS units. So after that, let's say that the border radius will be 50 pixel. Yeah, now as you can see that now it's a capsule size. Yeah, as you can see that it's looking good. The button is fine, and we have these two buttons side by side. Perfect. So now what I want to do actually, you can see that this is the button, and if you notice that this button is actually will be used in many places. As you can see here, we have this button, same button, same button, same button. So we will use the same button in many places. So what I want to do actually, I want to make it a global style, because we will actually use this button in future in many places. So let's actually copy this whole thing and paste it in my global style. So in the end of this global, let's actually have it, and remove the selector. We will actually keep only the primary button, means whenever I will use this class, the style, this style should be applied whenever I will use this primary button class. So it's looking good. And also let's do it for our buttons, because in future we will have group buttons, means as you can see that here we will have group buttons like that. So these will have the same style that we have in our this group button means this style, as you can see. So also cut this whole thing and paste it in your global style here. So also remove the selector here, as you can see that. So now we have this primary button, now we have these buttons, and also we have this SVG. So whenever we will use the buttons class, we will have all the style that we defined here. So that's will be good because we are going to use this in many places. So perfect. I think we have done with the left side. Now we need to work on this right side, as you can see. So here down here, let's actually go to our right side. So hero in the right, and let's say that text alignment right. And if I see after that, let's say that dot hero, not here, sorry, that's not SAS, dot hero, and dot right means the image we already have inside this one. So let's grab it and say that the width will be 100%, and the max width I will allow is 450, means 450 pixel. Now you can see that this is now a little bit smaller, and we used text align right, so that's why it's actually aligned in the right side. So after that the height is actually 600 pixel. Now as you can see that now we have a small size here, and also let's say that the object fit will be the cover, and also object position will be the 50% and the 30%. Now you can see we have the object position in the 50% and 30%. This is actually a similar thing, almost similar thing that we use in background position. So whenever we use background position, center or top bottom, so these are the similar thing almost. As you can see that if I will change the Y value, let's say that 10% or 90%, you can see that now the image is actually a little bit up because I said that the position will be in the bottom for the Y axis. So that's why it's going a little bit down. So if I want to give my default one, which is 30, as you can see that now it's actually in a perfect position. The face is in the perfect place, I think. Yeah, good. I think it's looking perfect. And after that let's have a border radius here. So border radius will be 12 pixel. Now you can see that the border radius is actually good, perfectly fine. So I think there are something that I'm missing. Let's actually open the inspect here, and that's the body, that's the hero section, that's the container. This one should be in the middle of the viewport, but it's not in the middle of the viewport, but it should be. I think I'm missing something here, so let's actually check it why it is not in the center. So we are having this flex container, and I think we need to give it a height of 100%. Yeah, I think we need to give this height of 100%. So that's why it's not getting in the middle of the viewport. So now it's actually perfectly fine, as you can see. So after that, let's actually make it responsive. So let's actually do our first media query here. So media only screen, and max width 768 pixel. So whenever we will be inside of this range, I want to decrease the first of all the HTML here. So the font size will be 9 pixel, so which will be a little bit smaller. And if I go to here and actually go to responsiveness, so now as you can see, if I go inside of this 768, the font is a little bit smaller. which will affect the whole website, as you can see. So after that, I will go to my container, so hero.container, and let's say that the flex direction, I want this now in column, and as you can see that now it's in column, the text in the top and the image in the bottom, but I want the image in the top, so let's say that column reverse here. Now you can see that the image is now in the top. So after that, let's go to our right, so hero.container, and here go to the right, and let's say that text align will be in the center because I want my image in the center. And after that, let's say that the flex will be 1, and also let's say that the margin bottom will be 2 rem. So we have now a little bit of space in the bottom. So after that, let's go to the hero container left, means the information. So here I will just say that text align will be the center, and also the padding right will be 0, and also let's say that flex will be 1, and the height will be fit content. And if I save now, as you can see that it's actually now in the center, but the anchor tag, it is not in the center. So to have the anchor tag in the center, let's go to the hero.left and its buttons, and let's say that justify content center. Now you can see that it's now in the center. So after that, let's go to the heading. Let's actually change the heading style, because if I go to furthermore, as you can see that in the more small device, we need to actually adjust this heading. So here hero.container and left, we have this heading. So heading, I think it's a class, so that's why we need this dot. So in the heading, the font size will be 4 and also let's say that the margin will be 0 and auto. Now it's looking good. And after that, let's go to the description here. So hero.container dot left dot description, and the margin we will use actually 0 and auto, and after that margin top will be 2 rem. And if I save now, you can see that it's now looking good. And also we need to actually do a little bit style for the right image. So here let's actually grab it. So hero.container dot right dot image, not dot image, sorry, the image tag will have a width of 100%, which is actually we already having. So height will be 400 pixels, so we will have a little bit smaller height, as you can see, for the mobile device. Good. And looking fine, as you can see. I think we can do one more breakpoint here in our 950. So here let's say that media only screen and max width 950 pixel, and here let's say that the hero.container dot right will have a flex of 6, which will be a little bit smaller that we have before. So before we have 8, now we have 6. So now as you can see that we are now having a flex 8. Now we will have the flex 6, and whenever I will go to more further small device, as you can see that we will have this. But why I'm having this space here? So the problem is, as you can see that we have some space in between this left side and the right side information. So I think it's happening because we have 100% height in our container. So let's remove this 100% height. So now as you can see that there are no space anymore. So now there is another problem. As you can see that now the content we have here is in the top of our this section, but we want it in the center. So in our hero section here, let's say that the height will be, sorry, we already have the height. We need to display it as a flex. So I just can say that display flex and align item center and also justify content center. So whenever I will do something like that, as you can see that now it's actually doing its job. Now everything is now in center, and if I do 75, now it will look fine in every device. So now as you can see that, so it's I think looking perfect. Now what we need to actually, we need to style on this heading, because as you can see that it's not what we want. As you can see, the heading is not looking good. So let's do some style. I already said that I have this wrapper here in the heading. As you can see that I have this deep wrapper inside my heading, because we want to have a cool animation, which is this animation. Let me show you. So this animation I want to have in my heading. So let's do it here. So in my style.css, I need to style those wrapper. So after the heading, so how is the heading? So here is the heading. So let's say that hero and left, inside the left I have the heading, and inside that I have this wrapper deep, and here let's say that display will be inline block. So by default all the div is actually displaying inline, so that's why we have the each word staying in the separate line. But whenever I will say display inline block, now as you can see that now pixels and these two words now are staying in the side by side, because they are now displaying as an inline block. So after that I want to make sure that the overflow is hidden, because I don't want to have the animation go out. I will show you, explain you why we are having this overflow hidden. And after that let's go to our span, which is inside this wrapper. So this is the wrapper, and inside that we also have this span. So let's go to this span. So here hero and left heading, so that's a class, and inside the wrapper I have this heading, sorry, I have this span. So now for the span, the position will be relative, and also the bottom will be minus 70 pixel, and also the if I go, so if I do bottom minus 70 pixel and save, now you can see that I can't see it, because now we actually change the position of this word here, because as you can see that now bottom is minus 70 pixel. And if I now comment it out, this overflow hidden that we have in our wrapper and save, now as you can see that we can see our this word as you can see. So let me actually show you what is happening here. So whenever I will come here, and as you can see that that's the span, and as you can see this is the span, and that's the bottom minus 70 pixel. And if I increase that or decrease that, now that's how I'm actually changing the position of our word here, means the heading. So what I'm doing actually, I'm having a negative bottom here, so that I'm actually changing the position of our word here. And if I have a border here in my wrapper, border 1 pixel, solid and red. So if I have a border, now as you can see that these are the border for my word, each of word. And if I actually comment out this bottom, now as you can see that that's the border for our pixels, that's the border for our width, and that's the border for our purpose. So for these three word I have these three separate span or wrapper, as you can see. So whenever I am changing the position with the bottom minus 75, as you can see that everything is going down. Now what I can do, I just can say that the overflow will be hidden, means whenever the content will go outside of this box, means that's the box for the pixels. So whenever this pixel word will go outside of its box, we will actually display it as a hidden. So now as you can see that we can't see any of the word, because every word now out of its box. So now the purpose is now here, the width is now here, and the last word, which is the purpose, will be here. So every word is now out of its box. So that's how we can't see it, because as you can see that I said that overflow will be hidden for each of our wrapper. So now we can animate them with some simple animation here. So after the span, let's create some animation here. Keyframes, reveal, and here this will be simple animation. So for the 0%, I will just say that bottom. So initial state, in the initial state, the bottom is actually -70 pixel, and from this, in our 100%, we will get back to bottom 0. And that's it, and let's save it and apply it on our span. So here on our span, animation, animation reveal, and also 1 second is in out and forwards. And if I save, now as you can see that everything is animating. Good. Perfect. Now we can actually remove our border. Great, we have this nice animation right now. So it's looking good, and after that we also need to have the animation for the all the other text here. So this animation will be simple. We will actually animate them with our opacity. So for that, in our subheading, let's say that the opacity will be 0. And also in our this description, the opacity will be 0. Or let's actually create the keyframe first for the opacity. So keyframes, and let's name it fade. And here let's say that in our 0%, the opacity will be 0, which is the initial value, and in 100% the opacity will be 1. And let's actually apply it in our subheading first, and after that we will go on. So in our subheading, let's say that the animation will be, the name of the animation is the fade, and 0.3 second is in, and for the forwards it will go forwards. So if I save, now as you can see that it's actually happening too fast, but we don't want to have this fade animation whenever we will refresh. We need to wait. So if you see this animation in our end project, so the animation will actually happen whenever we are finished with the heading animation. So for our heading animation, if you can see here, for our heading here, how is the heading? Yeah, this is the heading animation. So for our heading animation, we will actually need 1 second. So we need to have a delay of 1 second in our this fading animation. So in our fading animation, we just can say that animation delay will be 1 second. And if I save, now it should be fine. Not here, sorry. If I refresh, now it's okay. So we need to do the same thing, copy this and paste it in the description and also in the buttons. So I can't see the buttons, so let's actually grab the buttons here. So it's in the hero, in the left, the buttons, and paste it here. So we will have this fading animation in these 3 object, means in these 3 element, actually in these 3 elements. So it's working perfectly fine, as you can see. So now we are done with our hero section, as you can see that. I think now we have this pixel perfect, and let's also check this in the mobile device how it will look. So if I refresh, yeah, good, as you can see. Let's also check with this one. Yeah, great, as you can see that. That's the hero section, and here I think what I need to do in the last here, as you can see, in each of our section we will need this display flex thing. So in each of our section, means in the service section, in the testimonial section, in each of our section, I want to have this display flex, align at center, justify content center, because as you can see that if we have this section, we want our content in the middle of the section. So that's why we need to have these things in each of our sections. So let's actually put these things in our global style. Here let's have the section. So whenever we will have a section, we will actually have this thing automatically. That's it. I think we should keep it in the top here, because that's a, so that makes sense, because as you can see that we have the section, after that we will have the container and all the other elements. Yeah, perfect. I think we are done with the hero section. So let's create the services section, which will be this section that we have here, which is after the hero section here, as you can see. So let's create that. So here for our services section, first of all, let's create some comments here. So services section, and this is the end of services section, and between that I'll have my code for the services section. So let's get a section with the ID of services, and here I will have a div with a class of container, and inside that I will have my h2, and here I will have the section heading class. So section heading, and also here I will just say that services, and after that I will have 3 items. As you can see that if I go here, so these will be the 3 items that we will have as our services. So let's create those items. So I will have a div with a class of all items, and inside that I will have a div with a class of item. So this will be the first item, and for the first item I will have a icon, so div icon. So for the icon we will use, as you can see that, this icon. So let's go to heroicons.com, and from here let's search for laptop or desktop. I think this is the one that we are going to use. So copy the svg and paste it inside that. And also once again, if I save it, and we can see that the stroke width is 2, so we can do 1, and which will make it a little bit thinner. And also let's do the title one. So after the div here, which is the icon div, as you can see that after the div, let's have the h3 with a class of item heading, and here let's say that web design, and after that let's have some paragraph here. So I will copy the text from here and paste it here. So, and also let's have a class for this paragraph. So class will be, we will have the class which is item description. So this will be the class for our this text. As you can see that we have our icon, we have our this web design title, and we have our this text. So let's duplicate this item. So this is the item, this is the opening div for our first item, and this is the closing div. So so select that and shift alt down arrow, which will actually duplicate this code, and I will need 3 of them. So if I save, as you can see that we have 3 items, as you can see that here. So let's actually style these things. We don't need to do anything else in our HTML. So let's go to style.css. So here in our style.css, first of all, actually let's create the comment here. So services section. So this will be the style for our services section. So let's grab the services, the main section ID. So let's have some padding. So we will have 50 rem in the top and bottom, and 0 rem for the left and right. If I save, as you can see that we will have now much more space in the top and in the bottom of the section. So let's actually get the all items from our services, and here let's say that display will be flex, and align items will be center, and also justify content will be center. If I do that, as you can see that now every item is now a flex styled. so that's why actually they are actually staying side by side. Great. And after that, let's actually style individual item here. So services dot item, and here let's say that the padding will be 1.5 rem, and also let's say that border radius 12 pixel. We will not say any kind of border radius right now because we don't have the background color, as you can see. So we will have the background color whenever we will actually hover, so I will do it later. So after that, let's go to our individual item so that we can give them individual color, as you can see. So let's grab them. So services, dot item. So first of all, nth child, so the first item. So if I hover that, if I hover the first item, I want to change the background color. So let me copy the background color that I will use for first item. So this is the first one, and if I save, now as you can see that we have these border radius and also we have this background color, as you can see. So let's do it for the second one and also the third one. And if I save, so as you can see that it's actually working. So for the second one, we need actually a green color. So let me copy the color and paste it over here. And if I save, now you can see that the second one is now is a little bit green. And for the third one, we will use purple, not purple, this kind of color, as you can see. So which is actually looking great. So after that, let's actually style the icon. So right now the icon is actually huge. We don't want this huge icon. So let's actually style it. So services dot item dot icon, and here let's say that the width will be 50 pixel and the height will be about 50 pixel. And if I save, now as you can see that they are small. And after that, let's get some padding, which will be 0.8 rem. And after that, let's say that background color will be let's have a background color of red right now. We will change it later. So the background color is red now. After that, let's say that the border radius will be 50%, and now they are circle. And also I need some bottom margin. So margin bottom will be 1 rem. Great. So after that, let's actually style the heading. So services dot item heading. Here let's say that item heading font weight will be 500, and also font size will be 2 rem, and that's great. And also let's say that the font family will be the Poppins, and also if you want, you can get a fallback font family. Great. So that's for our heading. Also let's say margin bottom will be about 1.5 rem. Yeah, great. So after that, let's actually style our description here. So services dot item description, and here let's say that the color will be, so it will be the secondary gray. So I will get the variable. Now the color is good. And also I want the same style that we have in this paragraph, as you can see. So I want the same style for all of my paragraph. As you can see that the paragraph here are the same actually. Only the change is, you can see that this is using the gray color, this is using the black color, but all the other style is same for all of our paragraph, as you can see here. So if I go back to my hero section, and if I see here, where is the description? So it is in the left side. It is in here, left side description. As you can see that this is the description that I want here. So what I want actually, I want to get the style and make it global style. So we don't want to have these last 3 lines, because these are for the animation. We don't want the animation for each of our paragraph. We want the style, means we want the color, we want the font size, we want the max width, and also the margin top. Even we don't need this max width and margin top. We can only use this font size and the color. So cut it from here and go back to my paragraph. So here let's create a selector for paragraph. So whenever I will use paragraph, I will use this font size and this color. If I go back here, so now you can see that the font size is a little bit bigger, which is actually, as you can see that here. So perfect. So after that, what I want actually, I want to change the color for our this icon background. So right now it's actually using this red color, but we need to change it. So let's actually select individual item here. So services dot item, so nth child. So the first one, inside that the icon background color will be, so let me copy the color here. So let's also do it for the second one here. So it will have a green background color, and for the last one, which will have a kind of blue background color. So let's actually duplicate this line also. So sorry, this one will be the 3, and this one will be the 2. And for the last one, as I said, we will have a kind of purple or blue color, that but it's not working. So let me actually see. It's because we are actually saying that service, because as you can see that the ID should be the services, so plural here, services. Now it should work. Now as you can see that it is working, we have the background color. So now we don't need this red color anymore, so we can comment it out. So as you can see that this is actually doing great. It's working perfectly fine. Right now we need to style this heading, which is our services heading. So here actually let's grab this services heading. So services, and here if I go to my HTML, I should see the class, which is actually section heading, not services heading, sorry. So section heading. So for that I will use a font size of clump, so CLMP, and here I will use 2 rem and 10 view width and 8 rem, so that it can be a dynamic font size, which will actually will be changed based on this viewport width. And this is the minimum, and I think this is the maximum, and the value will actually change according to my 10 view width, means the viewport width. So after that, let's actually have some text transform here. So text transform, sorry, not font, so text transform uppercase, and after that font family will be the Montserrat, and after that letter spacing will be the 0.2 rem, and also text align will be the center, and also the position will be relative. I will show you why I'm doing the relative. And after that, let's say the margin bottom will be 10 rem. If I save, now you can see that it is center, it have the 10 rem margin bottom, and it's actually having the Montserrat font family. Great. So after that, what I want actually, if I go to my this end project, as you can see that we have an outline behind this services text. So let's get this outline. Actually we will do this outline with CSS sword element. So let's create a sword element of this section heading. So copy the selector and paste it here, and say that before, we will use before, and here let's say that content will be, so right now let's say the test, and after that the position will be absolute, and left will be 2%, sorry, and after that top will be -20%. And if I save, as you can see that this is the text, So after that, I need to make sure that the width is actually 100%. Now if I do the width 100%, it will come to the center because now the width is 100%. And after that, let's actually do once again text align center and also text transform uppercase. And after that, let's say that the font family, we want to use the font family that we already used in our this section heading, which is actually Montserrat. So copy that and paste it here. And also letter spacing will be 0.2 rem. Now we have this letter spacing, so perfect. And after that, I want to have the color. As you can see that right now the color is black, but I don't want to have a black color. What I want is actually I will have is as a transparent. So transparent, I can't see it because the color is transparent. So to see that, to make the outline, as you can see that, what I can do, I just can say that dash webkit, webkit dash text stroke. So I can specify the stroke width, so 1.5 pixel, and the color will be, let me copy the color here, which will be according to our this primary color. So if I save, now you can see that I have the outline in behind my actual text, as you can see. Yeah, looking great, I know. So it's actually doing great, but let's do also a z-index. We need to make the z-index -1. So we did this z-index -1 because we don't want to have this text which is actually behind this services text. We don't want it in front of our main text. Okay, so that's why I just did z-index -1. So that's great. So the last thing I need to do actually, instead of this text here, as you can see that this text, I don't want to write everything manually, because as you can see that we will actually do it here in many places. We will do it in services, we will do it in testimonial, states, about, means every section will have this style, and we don't want to go in every section to have the content. So to make it dynamic, a little bit dynamic, so what we can do instead of this one, first of all, let's go to our HTML, and in our services, this heading, in our section heading, let's create an attribute which is the data attribute. So we just can create an attribute with the data dash, and after that we can use any kind of name. So let's actually name it data outline. So data dash outline, and we can use any kind of value. So I will use the same value that I have as a heading. So paste it here. So we have now a data outline attribute, which value is actually services. So save it, and I can use this data outline value in my this content. So how we can add this in my content? So it's actually very simple. So to use it in my content here, as you can see that I just can say that attribute, which attribute you want to use, the attribute name is data dash outline. And if I save, now you can see that in behind that, now the content is actually services, because we wrote services here. If I actually use hello, now it is hello behind that, as you can see. So now it is actually dynamic. We need to just change it here, and it will be changed according to our this data outline. So perfect, that's really great. So right now what I need to do actually, I wanted this section heading in each of my sections. So I should keep this style in my global style. So let's actually do it. So cut this all style, means this section heading and section heading before. So cut this style and go to the global style. So this is the global style, and here paste it. So in the end of our global style, just paste it. So now you can see that the selector is section, and inside the section I have the selector for section heading. So I want it for each of our section, means whenever I will use section heading, I should get the style automatically. So for that I need to remove this ID, which is actually services. So if I remove that, these services from both of the selector, so now it will work as a global style, means whenever I will use this section heading, it will create the style automatically, or it will actually apply the style automatically. So that's it. As you can see that right now it's actually doing great. So let's actually make it responsive here. So now as you can see that it is now don't have any kind of responsiveness for this section. So let's have some responsive CSS here. So down here, let's go to our this services section, and here let's create our media query. So media only screen and max width 768 pixel. So inside this range, I just can say that the services dot all items, I think I have a typo here. So services all items, and I need to change the flux direction from row to column, and after that text align should be the center. And if I save, now as you can see the text align is center, but the icon, it is not in perfect place. So let's go to our icon here, and services dot item dot icon, and let's say that the margin will be the 0 auto, and also margin bottom will be 1 rem, because we just resetted the margin from here, as you can see that. So that's why we need to get the margin bottom once again here. So after that, let's go to our each of section here. So services, and here for each of our item, I need a margin bottom here. So margin bottom will be not margin bottom, sorry, I need margin which will actually apply in the top and bottom both side. So 2 rem for top and bottom, and 0 for the left and right. So let's also check it here. As you can see that it's looking great, but the problem is we don't have any kind of background color. The background color will be activated whenever I will click on the mobile device, because in the mobile device we don't have any kind of hover effect or hover event here. So for that, what I can do, whenever I'll go inside this range, I will actually have the background color in my item instead of having them in my hover. So in the desktop device, it will have the default one, means it will have the background color whenever I will hover, but whenever I will go to the mobile device, it will have the background color default. So let's actually do it. So let's go back here. As you can see that this is the place. As you can see that this code is actually for the hover effect that we wrote here. So let's copy that and paste it inside of my media query. So inside of media query, just paste it, and still we have the same thing, but right now what I want, actually I need to remove this hover, means whenever I'll go or whenever I will actually use mobile device, means inside of this range, I will have the color without hover effect, means actually we will have it without hover. Now if I save, and as you can see that we have the color as a default color, we don't need to hover to see the color. So we are almost done with the services section, and we need to change the icons. As you can see that the icons are the same for all the 3 items. So let's actually change it. So for the second one, we are going to use this one, and third one we will use this SEO thing. So you can come to the heroicons.com, and from here you can actually find those icons. So I will actually grab the SVG directly. You can come in Hero Icons and find the icons from here. So the process I already showed for the first icon. So let me copy the SVG directly from my previous code. So let's go to the HTML, and for the second items we need to replace the SVG. So if I save, now the SVG is here. For the third SVG, let's also copy it and paste it over here and save. Now you can see that we changed the SVG, as you can see here. So also I think I need to add some transition here for this background color. So let's go to the style.css, and here services item background color. So I'm changing the background color. So here let's say that transition 0.3 second is for the background color, basic background color. And now as you can see that we have the background color transition. And also here we need to change the title, so let's change those titles here. So for the first one we have already a web design, and for the second one we will use UI/UX, and for the last one we will use SEO, and that's it. So that's it. As you can see that we have the services section for the portfolio. So after the services section, let's create our testimonial section here. So let's create that. So let's go to here. So after the end of our services section, so let's do the testimonial section here. So testimonial section, and this is the end of testimonial section comment. And here let's say that first of all I'll have a section with the ID of testimonial, and inside that I will have a div with a class of container, and inside this container I will have first of all the section title, so h1 with a class of section title, and here we need to do the data outline, because we already said that we already defined the style for that here in our services section, and we made it a global style. Now we just need to define the data outline and also the services text, and everything will be taken care of automatically. So let's do that. So let's say that testimonial, and also say the testimonial as our h1 text. So if I come here I should see my testimonial, but I think there is something wrong because it is not getting the style. So let's see section title, and there's the I think it is section heading. Yeah, it's section heading, sorry for that. So let's actually change it here, section heading, and now it should get the style as you can see here. So good. After that let's go to our all items. So here in our testimonial we'll have 3 items, so let's do that. So div all items, and here I'll have my first item div with the class of item, and inside that I will have the image first of all, so div with the class of img, and here I will have the image, and the source will be inside my image. I have this profile, and yeah, profile.png, and now I should get not logo, it should be the profile.jpg. So this is the image. Now as you can see that the image is quite big, but we will resize it. So after the image div, let's have some h3 for testimonial heading. So testimonial heading. So for the heading, let's say that Taylor, and also let's say that paragraph, and here I will also have a class which will be testimonial subheading. So testimonial subheading, and here I will just say that lorem 4 or 3 word. Okay, so after that I will have an icon. So this icon, as you can see that as you can see, so let's also have the icon. So for that I will have a div with a class of icon, and we can get the icons from heroicons.com, and here let's search for chat, and as you can see that that's the svg. So copy the svg and paste it over here. So I should get the svg as you can see. So let's decrease the stroke width 1. So now as you can see that it is thinner. So after that after the svg, let's have some text here. So after the div of icon here, let's create a paragraph with a class of testimonial description, and here I will have my lorem ipsum text. So let me copy the text and paste it over here, so I should see my text here. So great, so we need 3 of them, so let's duplicate the whole item. So this is the opening div and this is the closing div, so all these things, so duplicate these things 2 more time and I should get the 3 items, as you can see. So after that, let's style these things. So let's go to our style.css. So here let's scroll down, and so from here our testimonial style will start. So testimonial style section style. So after that, let's actually do that. So first of all, let's grab the testimonial, and from that, let's say that the padding in the top and bottom will be 50 rem, and also let's say that 0 pixel for the left and right, and also overflow X will be the hidden. And after that, let's go to the testimonial all items, and we need to display them as a flex. So display as a flags and align item center, and also the justify content should be the center. So if I do that, as you can see that all these 3 items are now in a row. So after that, let's say that I need a gap here. So between them I need 3 rem gap, means 30 pixel, as you can see. So good, and I think I missed something here. Container. Yeah, the container, I just misspelled that. So now as you can see that whenever we have the container, now as you can see that the container style are already applied here. So great, after that let's go to our individual item here. So testimonial dot item, and here let's say the text align will be center, and also let's say that position will be relative, and also padding will be 20 pixel. And as you can see that we have some padding 20 pixel, and also all the text are aligned in the center. So now let's create individual first item, second item, and third item. So let's do that. So if you come here in our end project, if you can see that this first item and the third item are having the same style. If you can see here the shapes, I mean, so those card means the first one and the third one having the same shape, as you can see that, but the middle one means the second one will have different kind of style, as you can see that different kind of shapes. So what we can do, we can actually select first one and third one together here. So let's say that testimonial dot item, and from here let's say that nth child, so first one, so and duplicate that, and second one, so let's say that flex will be 3, and transform scale will be 0.8. Now if you now as you can see that those items are actually getting smaller, but we will get into that. Before that, let's actually apply the flex in our third item. So copy the selection, this selection, and paste it here. So let's grab the middle one, which is the second one. Sorry, it should be the third one. The first and the third one should be the same if I save, and as you can see that the first and third one are actually getting smaller. What I'm saying here is nth child, all messed up here. So here I need to select the second one, as you can see that this second one, and I need to say that the flex will be 4. So if I do that, and as you can see that it's not working because we have this typo, because as you can see that there should be a space, means between the testimonial and the item. So it should work now. As you can see that now we have our all the items. The middle one having the flex 4, it's growing a little bit more here, but the first one and the third one having the flex 3, so that's why it's actually getting a little bit smaller. And also we scaled those items down, as you can see 0.8. So that's why the first one and the third one are having a scale 0.8. So that's why we can see them a little bit smaller. And after that, let's actually create those shapes. So here in our testimonial and dot item, and first of all let's say that after, and here the content will be empty. What we need is we need a black blank white space behind this whole card. So for that we need this sort element, which is we are using after in this case. And if you remember that in our item we already used position relative, so that's why we just can say that position absolute here, and after that the height will be, so we can say that 120% and width will be 100%, and left, so from 0 from the top we just can say that 45 pixel, and z index should be the -1 because we want this black blank space, as you can see that this blank shape behind our original text, original card, as you can see. So that's why z index -1. And if I do that, I can't see because I don't have any kind of box shadow. So let's have a box shadow here. So box shadow should be 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 20 pixel, and 0 pixel. And let me copy the color. So these basically, so these items are actually X value, Y value, and a spread and blur. So those are the items. And if I save that, if you can see that here behind our card we have some box shadow, and the color for this shadow is actually coming from our primary color, as you can see. So we have the shadow, and if you can see that behind this card the white space we are getting here is actually having a large amount of height, because we said that the height will be 120%, means it will be 20% bigger than the original card here. So that's why we are having those space here down here. So we will actually see why I'm having this thing. So let's also do it separately. So first of all, let's do the style for our middle one, means the second one. So let's say that testimonial dot item. So we need to grab this thing. So nth child, so middle one, the second one. So after, so for the second one we have this after, and we need to style that. So first of all I need to style the skew things. So transform skew, and I can say that 350 degree and 354 degree. And if I save, now as you can see that we have this skew, means it's actually having this skew effect, as you can see that. So what I need now, I need to have the border radius. So border radius, and let me actually increase the box shadow here so that you guys can see it. So if I increase the box shadow, now you can see it properly. Now as you can see that we have these skew things. So after that, let's actually have the border radius. So we will have 4 different value for the 4 different corner. So let's say that 26 and 67 and 35 and 67 once again. So if I do that, now you can see that we have different kind of value for different kind of corner, but it's not looking good because we don't have the style for our image. The image is too big. So let's actually style those things, and I will come back to these things later. So let's style our testimonial image here. First of all, testimonial image. So that's the class, and here let's say that the width will be 80 pixel and the height will be also 80 pixel, so it will be a perfect square. And also we need to make sure that the border radius is 50%. And if I do that, now you can see that we have this, but we need to make sure that the object fit is cover of this actual image. So let's grab the original image tag here. So image, and object feed cover. Now you can see that it's looking good, and what I need to do actually, I need to make sure that we have a overflow hidden in this image so that we can see the border radius 50%. So if I do that, we can see our border radius 50%, and after that let's actually make it center, so we can do that margin 0 auto. Great. And after that also make sure that we have a margin bottom here, so margin bottom will be 2 rem. Perfect. Great. So we have this margin bottom, so doing great. And also let's actually style the heading here, so testimonial and testimonial heading, so testimonial and here let's say that font size should be 2.4 rem. Let me check the recording. Yeah, it's okay. So after that let's say that text transform uppercase, and also font family will be the Montserrat, and if you want you can use the fallback font family, and margin bottom will be 0.5 rem. And as you can see that we have the style for our heading. So let's do the style for our next thing, which is the subheading. So testimonial and testimonial subheading, and here let's say that font size should be 1.6 rem, and margin bottom 1.1 rem. So doing great. And after that let's say that the color will be our secondary color, so secondary gray. We already have the variable for that. So after that let's also style these icons. Right now those icons are quite big, so testimonial icon, and let's say that max width will be 25 pixel. Yeah, great. And make it center, so margin will be 1.5 rem for the top and bottom, and 0 pixel for the left and right. Sorry, not 0, auto should be the left and right. So we have it in the middle. So color will be primary color. So now as you can see that this color are actually primary color. I think we should keep the stroke here, this stroke of this SVG path 2. Yes, I think we should keep it 2 for these SVGs here, as you can see. Yeah, I think 2 will look good. So after that let's also say that opacity will be 0.5. Yeah, great. That's looking perfect. So after that let's also change the color of this paragraph. We already have the style for these things from our global style, so we need to just change the color. So testimonial, and from that testimonial description, so description, here let's say that the color will be secondary color. So great, we have that now, as you can see that. So let's get back to our shape here. So we are done with the middle shape, this we have here. So let's do the shapes for our first and the third card, as you can see here. So let's do that. So let's select this testimonial dot item and child, and first one, and duplicate that, and this should be the third one. And what we can do actually, we can say that transform and skew should be the 2 degree, and also 9 degree. Now as you can see that we have the skew over here and here. And after that we need to say that the height will be actually 95 for this one, so 95%. And also here we can actually decrease the height of this thing into 100%. I think we should actually remove the height of this after. From here we are actually giving the height individually here and there, so I think we don't need this height. So for our this thing means in our skew we need to make sure that we have a border radius here. So border radius should be the same, I mean not same, 52 for the first one and 30 for the second one and 59 and finally 60 pixel. So now we have that, but I can't see it. Okay, so the problem is, as you can see, that we are actually selecting the actual item, but we don't want to select the actual item. We need to have the shape in the after. Okay, these after should be the selected. So let's actually do it here. So after, and also do it here after. So once I do, so I just can see the shape here, and also the border radius is working perfectly fine. So great, as you can see that the shape are here. So what I can do now, I just can get back to my original color, which is the subtle, our subtle primary color, if you can see here. So now it's looking good. So it's almost done. As you can see that we have this thing very nicely. I think we need to do it responsive. So if I come here and make it 75, yeah, so it's not responsive, as you can see that, obviously. So we need to make these things responsive. So let's come here and create our media query. So media on screen, and max width will be 950. Sorry, max width, what I'm doing, max width 768 pixel, I believe, yeah. And let's say that in all testimonial, all item should have a flex direction of column in our mobile device. So flex direction of column, now they are actually having the flex direction column. As you can see that it's looking good, but I think we need some space in the top and bottom. So also let's say that the max width of this thing will be 400 pixel, and margin will be the 0 and auto. And finally let's increase the gap here, so 50 pixel. Yeah, looking great. And let's check it properly. So here, as you can see that we have this problem. I think we should increase the range of this media query. So I think we should do something like we should break this thing in around here 950. So let's do that instead of 768. So 950. If I save this thing from here, yeah, I think this will be fine, because now it's okay. Yeah, great. Now it's fully responsive. As you can see that we have our testimonial. So here, after the testimonial section, we are going to make the stats section for the portfolio. So here in our HTML file, after the testimonial section code, let's start and create a comment, and let's say that this is the stats, and this is the end of stats section. And here let's create a section, and also let's say that ID will be states, and also let's say that we will have a div with the class of container, and inside that I will have the section heading, so h2 with a class of section heading, and here we will say that states. And I should get the style for this heading, because we already did it for our global style. So we have it. And also for this outline, we should give the data outline here, and the value will be what is the value, sorry, so this should be outside of our class. So here the value will be the same as states, and I should get the outline here. So after that, let's create the item. So we will have 3 items. So let's say that div with the class of all items, and inside that we will have items, not items will be a single item. So after that, let's say that for each of our item we will have a div or h2 with a class of number, and also the value will be, let's say that 50 for now, and let's say that h3 here, let's say that h3, and this one will be for our subheading. So let's say that class will be states subheading, and here I will just say that project done. And after that, let's have some paragraph, and this one will be, this will not need any kind of class because I think we have a global style for our paragraph, so this will work fine. So I can see the number and the heading and also the paragraph. So great, now we just need to create two more, so we can actually duplicate these things two more time. Now we should have three project, as you can see the three items I mean. So let's style those things. So let's go to our style.css and let's get a comment. Let's say that this will be the states style, and here let's say that first of all let's grab the section with the ID of states, and here let's say that the padding will be, so here I will just say the 20 rem for the top and 0 and 10 rem for the bottom and 0 for the left side. So we will have 20 and 10 for the top and bottom. So after that, let's actually grab the all items, so numbers, not numbers, sorry, states and all items, and here let's say that display will be flex and align items will be, and justify content will be also center. So now as you can see that these three items are actually staying now side by side because now they have the display flex. So after that, let's go to our individual item and style them. So ID stats, and inside that all items, grab the singular item, and let's say that padding will be 2 rem, and also we need some style for the number, which is the heading. So let's actually grab that stats. Inside the stats we have the number. Let me, I think this is the number, and here let's say that this should be the singular number, yeah. So after inside that, so here let's say that the font family will be the Poppins, so Poppins, and if you want you can use a fallback sans serif, and font size will be 8 rem. So now you can see that these now number is actually getting bigger, and after that let's actually go to our subheading. So similar thing, states subheading, I think this will be the state subheading. I should check the class once more. So in our, yeah, the state subheading. So good, in our state subheading, I just can say that the font size will be 2 rem, and here let's say that the margin bottom will be 2 rem also. So now you can see that we have this subheading style. So after that, let's actually do individual background color for this item. So what I can do, I just can say that for states and all items, inside that individual item, and first one means nth child. So we are grabbing the first individual item, and here I will just say that the background color will be the green or red. So E2 will make the background green, as you can see that. I will not make it background green. Let me copy the color for this one. So now as you can see that we have this kind of yellow color here in the background. So I will duplicate it 2 more time, and the second one will be the second child, and the third one will be the third child, and let me copy the color for them. So this color will be for the second one, which is actually this type of green, and the third one should be this color. So now as you can see that we have the color in our third one, so that's fine, looking good. And I think that's it. That's the simple states section, and let's make it responsive. So let me go to the iPhone mobile side here. So you can see that it is not actually responsive. So to make it responsive, let's get a media query here, media only screen, and max width, (768 pixel). So inside of this range, what I need to do, simply I just need to make the flex direction of this all items. So I need to change that. So states all items flex direction should be the column. Now as you can see that now they are in column, and it's looking good. That will work. So if I now go to the responsive mode, as you can see that it's looking great, perfectly done our state section. And also let's actually change the text for the state section here. So let's say that the first text that we will have is 50 plus kinds. So this will be 50 plus, and yeah, 50 plus actually project done. So projects done, I think that should be correct. So after that we will have 30 plus happy clients. So 30 plus, and this should be happy clients. And after that we will have experiences. So let's say that 4 year plus years experiences. So that's it. As you can see that now we have our text back. So here after the state section, let's create the about section here. So in our HTML, first of all, let's create the comments after the state section. So let's say that about section, and here let's say that end of about section, and between that we'll have the code for our about section. So first of all, let's get a section with the ID of about, and here I will have a div with a class of container, and here I will have a h2 with a class of section heading, and we will say that about. And if I come here, I should see the title here, and also for the outline, let's say that data outline. So data outline should be the about the same. So as you can see that we have the outline. So after this h2, let's create this about section here. So we will have this about section. In the left side we'll have a card, and the right side we'll have some information. So let's do it. So here let's say that I will have a wrapper first of all. So div with a class of wrapper. Here I'll have in the left side I will have a card, and inside the card I will have an image. So div with a class of image, and here I will have our actual image. So this will be the profile one. So if I come here, I should see the profile image here. And also after the image, let's get a paragraph here, and let's say that also have a class inside this paragraph, which will be card description. And here we'll have some text. So let me copy the text and paste it over here. So I should see the text, as you can see. So after that, let's say that I will have h3. So this will be the card name, and let's say that Taylor, and also let's say that paragraph, and here I will have a class, or let's say that card subtitle, and let's say that CEO of mycom. And that's it. That's it for our card here. So after the card, let's have some information. So we'll have a div with a class of write, and here I will just say that paragraph, which will be the subheading. So let's have a class of subheading, and here let's say that hi, this is Amy. And after that, let's also have a h2 with a class of slogan, and let's say that freelancer web design. And after that, let's have some text with a class of right text, because this text will be inside the right column. So let me copy the text here. So this will be basically the about text that we will have in the right side over here, as you can see. So after that, we'll have couple of our buttons. So let's create a div with a, not here, after the paragraph, let's create a div with a class of buttons, and inside that I'll have anchor tag, and let's say that for now I will make it that link, and let's say that here, so here the class will be primary button, so primary dash btn, and the text will be download resume. And if I save, I should see the button. I can see the button, but it's not getting the style. It should get the style. So I think, as you can see, that I misspelled the primary, so primary. Now as you can see that the style is already here, because we made the global style for this button over here, as you can see. So that's why it's getting the style. And after that, let's also create another button. So this button will be the primary button outline, so primary button, and we will also have the outline class, and here let's say that hire me, and if I save, I should see the hire me button, but we will do the style with the outline class later. So right now it's okay. So here let's say that I will have a comment first of all. So the comment will be the about section, and here first of all, let's say that in our about section, the padding in the top will be 15 rem, and also in the bottom we will have 15 rem, and 0 for the left and right. And also let's get the wrapper, so about wrapper, and here let's say that display will be flags, and align items will be not content, sorry, align items will be the center, and also justify content will be the center. And also let's say that I will have some gap if I do something like 3 rem. So as you can see that we have the display flags, the left column is in the left side, the right column in the right side, and between them we have 3 rem gap. And after that, let's say that I need to design the left side. So here, if I can see, I think I forgot something here. So as you can see that this card, which is inside the wrapper, this card should be inside a div of left. So we will have a div of left, means div with a class of left, and inside that I will have the card. So cut the class and paste it inside the left div. So now as you can see that we have a wrapper, and inside that we have 2 div, one is the left and one is the right. Inside the left we have our card. So great. So come here in our style.css and about, and here now let's actually grab the left, and let's say that padding will be 2 rem, and also let's say that text align will be center. And now as you can see that the text is now in center. And after that, let's style the card, so left card, and let's say that box shadow. So I will have a box shadow 0 pixel for x, y 20 pixel, and let's also have a color for it. Now as you can see that we have this subtle box shadow, and also let's say that the padding will be 3 rem inside this card. And after that, the border radius will see that 12 pixel, and also mean height will be 400 pixel. So now it's looking good. Now as you can see that we have border radius, we have padding. It's looking good, but I need to style this image. So let's get the image here. So about left card image, and let's say that the width will be 70 pixel, and also height will be 70 pixels, so it will be a square, and also margin bottom 0 so that it remain in the center, and also we need to make sure that the overflow is hidden, and also border radius 50%. Now as you can see that we can see our image, but the image is actually kind of squashed. As you can see that what I need to do to remove that, I need to actually get the actual image selector, so actual image here, and here I need to say that the object fit will be the cover, and once I do, now as you can see that the image is now back in good height. So after that, what I need to do, actually I need to make some space in the bottom of this image. So margin bottom will be 2rem, and as you can see that it's looking good. Yeah, fine, looking fine. And after that, let's actually style this description. So here about left card and card description, and here let's say that font, I think we have already style for this description, means this is the paragraph, so we already have a style for the paragraph. So I can actually change the color, so I will use secondary color that we already have, secondary gray, and also inside not inside, in the bottom we will have 2rem margin. So great, now we have 2rem margin, and after that let's actually get the about left card name, and here let's say that font size will be the 2rem, and also margin bottom will be the 0.2 rem, and if I do, now as you can see that that's our card name, and also subtitle means the sub name that we have here. So left card and card subtitle, and here let's say that font size will be the 1.4 em. Yeah, that's looking good, that's looking good. So after that, let's actually style this part, which is the right side of the section. So let's actually do that. So here in our about, we can actually get the subheading, which is the which is this one, the first text that we have in the right side. So the color, we can say that it should be the primary color, and also margin bottom will be 1rem. Yeah, as you can see that the color is primary color, and we have margin bottom. And also after that, let's get the slogan. So about right and dot slogan, and here let's say that the font size will be the 2.5 rem. It should be the bigger font. So as you can see, so margin bottom will be 2rem. Yeah, looking good. So after that, let's actually get the right text, means the description in the right side. So about right, and we just select the right text, that's the class, and the color will be the secondary gray. Yeah, looking good. And finally, I think we need to style this outline. So to get the outline, so about, if I come here, we have a class of buttons, and inside that we have our outline class. So buttons and dot outline. So to have the outline, we need to remove the background color first. So background color will be transparent, and we will have a color of black, or black or primary. Yeah, this should be the primary, not the black, primary color. And also we'll have a border radius of 50 pixel. and we will have a border here, border 2 pixel solid, and this will be the primary color. Now as you can see that we have the border here. Yeah, as you can see that it's looking good, and actually we will need this outline kind of button, this outline button in many places, in multiple places, as you can see here. So what we can do, actually we can make it a global style. So let's cut the style for this outline and go to our global style in top here, and we can paste it here. So I will paste it after all the style that we have in our global style. So paste it, and actually here for the selection, means for the selector, we need to remove the section ID here, because now that's a global style. So whenever we will have a buttons div, inside the buttons div we will have this outline. So if anyone have this outline class, or what we can do, actually if you can see that we will have this outline with the class of primary button. So what I can do, I can say that if we have this with the class of primary button, we will actually apply this style. So if I save that, now that's a global style. So whenever I will actually have a class with a primary button class, have a class of outline with this primary button class, so we will have this style. So that's great, and now actually it's done. And now what I need to do, actually I need to make it responsive. So let's make it responsive here. So let's actually inspect that, and let's make it a smaller size. Yeah, it's not looking good. So here down here, let's actually create a media query. So media on the screen and max width 768 pixel. And here I need to say that first of all, let's actually get the wrapper, because that's what we need to change inside. Because if you can see that in our wrapper we have this display flags, and we need to change the direction of it. So about.wrapper, so flex direction will be the column. Yeah, as you can see that now the flex direction is column. We have this card here in the top, and in the bottom we have our text. But what I want, actually I want the text in the top, the card in the bottom. So we can reverse it. So we just can say that column reverse. Now as you can see that the text now in the top. So also let's say that the text align will be the center, means the text align of this right column will be the center. Yeah, and after that let's go to our about right buttons, and let's say that flex direction will be the column. Now as you can see that this button are now in column. And also what I can do, actually I can actually make them 100% width. So about right and buttons, and inside the buttons all the anchor tag will have a width of 100%, and text align will be the center. Yeah, great. As you can see that now we have the text align center, and we have this. So now let's actually link the resume here. So for that, for now, let's actually create a file here. We will create a test resume. So create a new file and name it whatever you want. So I will name it resume.txt, or you can create any kind of file for you. I will just show you the demo so that you can link whatever file you want to link. So let's actually say that here this is the resume of me. So let's say that that's our resume for now, and we need to link this file with the button, which is this one, the download resume button. So here now we have a that link. So here let's say that this file, as you can see that the resume.txt, and if I do that, now it is linked with this file. So if I click that button right now, so as you can see that now it's opening the text. As you can see that the text file is now opening here, and we can see the text that we wrote in the file. So the text is the same, so it's opening the file in the same tab, but we don't want that. What we want, actually what we want is we want to download the resume file instead of opening it in the new tab or in the same tab. So to do that, what you can do actually, here in the anchor tag, you can add another attribute, which is the download. So if you do that, you don't need to pass anything, so it's just true and false. So if you do the download, now the value is true. So now you do the download here. What you can do, if I click the download resume button, instead of opening it in the same tab or in the new tab, it will download the file instead of opening the file in the browser. So that's how we can actually create a download button. What you need to do, you need to link the file here, whatever file you want to download, and you need to pass another attribute, which is the download attribute. So here we have another button, which is this hire me button. We need to link this button with the contact page. So here let's actually say that to do, and let's say that link the hire me file, or let's say that link the contact page with this button. So that's it. So we have a to do here, and if I go here, I can see my to do. So if you want this feature, this to do feature, it's actually happening because I have a special extension for that. If I come here, so if you want this to do feature, you can actually install this plugin, which is this to do tree. So what it will allow you to do, actually, you can mark anything to do list here. So it will start with this capital to do, and you can actually write whatever you need to do in letter, so that you can remind. And if you check here, you will find all the to-do list that you need to fill up before finishing the project. So now let's actually keep it like that, and whenever I will create the contact page, I will do the link here. So that's it, what we have in our about section, and we made it here. So here, as you can see, that's our project section, and that's what we are going to make. So here, let's actually come here, and after the about section, let's create the comments for our project section. So projects section, and this should be end of project section, and between them I will have my code for the projects. So first of all, let's get a section with the ID of projects, and inside that I will have a div with a class of container. And here I will have a h2 with the class of section heading, and here let's say that projects, and I should see my project title, as you can see. Also, let's have the outline. So for that I need to pass a outline, a data dash outline attribute here. So the attribute value will be the projects, and if I do that, I can see my outline behind this project title. So after that, let's actually go to our items. So as you can see that now we will have 3 items. So let's create them. So after the h2, let's have a div with the class of all items, and let me actually increase the font size a little bit. So here inside this all items div, I will have a div with the class of single item, and here I will just say that div with the class of left, and inside that I will have my image for the project. So image, and for now let's say that the image URL. So here is the image URL will be the first project picture, and also if you want, you can pass a project alternative text. So that's it, and if I save, I can see my image here. So after the image, if I go to the website, so that's the left side, that's the left div that we have here. Inside the left div we have our image, and so let's create the right side of our card, means this project card. So in the right side, what we'll have is actually, so inside the right, let's have all the information about the project. So h2 with the class of project title, and here let's say that lorem. So I think this will be fine, and after that let's create the subtitle. So this one will be the h3 with the class of project subtitle, and here I will have the same text that we have in our this title, so paste it here. And after that I will have a description. So after the h3 let's create a paragraph, and for this paragraph I will also have a class which will be the project description, and here I will have some text. So let me copy the text and paste it over here. So as you can see that we have the text here, and finally what I need, actually I need couple of buttons, as you can see here. So let's do that. So after this paragraph I will have a div with the class of buttons, and inside that I will have two anchor tags. The first one will be the depth link. For now let's say that the class will be primary button, and here let's say that no more, and I can see my button here because I already have a global style for this primary button class. And after that I will have another button, the same button, but this one will have the class primary button as well the outline class. So now as you can see that I have the outline, but I don't have any kind of text. So let's say that preview or preview. Yeah, I can see the preview button here. So it's looking good, and if I go to the final project, you can see that there is a icon for this preview button, which is actually, it is indicating that we will open the link in a new tab. So that's what we are actually adding this icon, so that the user will know whenever I will click the button, it will open a link which will be in a new tab. So let's actually get this icon. So we will get the icon from heroicons.com. So inside the heroicons.com, let's search for link, and I can see the external link. So copy the SVG here and come to our project, and here as you can see that that's the preview text, and after the preview text we'll have our SVG. So if I come here, yeah, after the preview text we'll have the SVG. So we need to do one more thing here. We need to wrap this button text in a S pen. So we have S pen now, and let's say that preview here. So we wrap this preview text inside a S pen, and now what I can do, I can just paste the SVG here. So now we have a S pen, and also we have a SVG, and inside the S pen we have our text, and inside the SVG we have our icon. So right now it is not okay, we will style it in a moment. So before that we need 3 more actually, and how much we need? We need 3 of them. So let's duplicate this whole item here. So from this beginning to end, so that's the closing and that's the opening. So duplicate this thing 2 more time, and I should see the card 2 more time here. So let's actually change the picture. So if I come here, so that's the first one, and for the second one I believe the image will be the 2. Yeah, that's the second, and for the third one the image of the project will be the project 3 image. So we have now 3 images, as you can see, in our 3 different project. So right now we need to just style that. So let's go to our style.css, and in the bottom here let's say that projects section style, and we need to style our project section here. So first of all, let's create some padding in the top and bottom of our section. So projects and padding will be about 10 rem and 0, and after that let's go to our individual items. So projects item, and here I need to display it as a flex, and align items will be center, and justify content will be the center. And if I do that, as you can see that the 3 projects that we have here, actually they are they have the content inside them in a row because as you can see that in the left side we have our image, in the right side we have our content. So they are actually staying in a row right now, and that's what we want. We want them in a row. One will be in the left side, and other part of the card will be in the right side. So that's fine. And after that, let's say that the max width for this card will be 800 pixel, and after that we need to make it margin 0 auto so that it remains in the center. And after that margin bottom will be 15 rem so that they can get separated from each other. So here if you notice that we have the image in the left side and the information in the right side for our first one. For the second one, it is actually totally opposite. The image in the right side, now the text in the left side. And similar thing is actually happening here. So if you notice that the first one and the third one, means the odd number of card or the project is actually having the same style, and the even number of card is having the other style, means the opposite style. So we need to make sure that, so projects and item and child, and we need to select the even, and here I need to make sure that the flex direction is actually reverse, row reverse. So now as you can see that whenever I will do that, whenever I will actually select the even number of card, means the second one, and do the flex direction reverse, as you can see that the content is as you can see that it is in the left side now, the image in the right side, and the all other cards, means the odd number of cards, first one and the third one, is actually having the default style, means the image in the left and the content in the right side. So that's what it is doing. So whenever we will have the fourth project, it will actually follow the even project style, means the image will be in the right side, the card content will be in the left side. If we have a card number of 4 here, and means all the odd number will be this style, all the even number of card will be in this style. So that's fine. And after that let's go to our left side of our card. So projects and item left, and here let's say that flex will be 1, and after that let's go to our projects item right. If you can see that the flex is 1 for our left, so the left is actually okay, but we don't have any kind of flex for the right side, so that's how we can't see it. So let's say that for the right we will also need the flex 1, because I want them 50% width, means it will have half for the image, half for the content. So now in our right side we need to make it a overlapping layout, as you can see that. So in our right side here, let's say that margin left will be minus 150 pixel, and if I do that, as you can see that now it is overlapping. So we need to do some more styles, something like background color will be the BG body, and after that I will have some padding. So padding will be 5 rem in the top and bottom, and 3 rem in the left and right. Yeah, after that I will have a border radius of 12 pixel and box shadow of 0 pixel for the X, 0 for the Y, 20 pixel, and we will have a color of black with a 28 opacity. That's what we have for our box shadow. It is very subtle box shadow, but it is looking good. So after that we need to make sure that we have a Z index of 2, because we are actually overlapping here. So as you can see that we are overlapping right now. The even number of card will not have a correct style, but we will do, or we will fix it later. But the odd number of card will have a perfect style, as you can see, because those cards are actually having the default style. Odd number of card will have the default style. So it's looking good. And after that let's actually go to our right side. So here in our projects, let's say that item and nth child even. So we are actually now targeting the even number of card or item. Margin left will be 0. So now as you can see that now the margin left is now 0, because we have a default style of margin left minus 150 pixels. So we need to make sure that in the event card we don't have them. So after that we need to go to our left side for our event. So project, item, here let's say that nth child, and let's say that event. So we are targeting now the event number of card. So here I need to grab the left side and I need to do the margin left minus 150 pixel. Sorry, it should be the projects. Yeah, right now it is overlapping. Sorry, it was my mistake. It should be the projects. Now if you can see that it's having the overlapping, and because so what we did here is actually we selected the left side of the event card and make the overlapping here, but in the default style we need to have the overlapping in the right side. So we need to make sure about that. So that's a little bit tricky part here. So after that, let's actually get the image and let's actually do some style for it. So here in our projects and item and left and image, and let's say that height will be 500 pixel and also overflow will be hidden, and make sure that the border radius is 12 pixel because we want the smooth filling here. And also let's say that box shadow will have the same box shadow almost, so 0 pixel x and 0 pixel y, 20 pixel, and we'll have a color which will actually coming from our primary color. So you can see that we have a nice box shadow in our image here and there, as you can see, and also we have this border radius, and also the height is now, as you can see that the height is now 500 pixel. So in some image, as you can see that we have some problem. Now if you can see this image, it's actually stretching the image, so we don't want that. So for that, what I can do, actually I can grab the actual image. So here grab the actual image and say that object feed will be the cover, and if I do that, not contain, sorry, cover, if I do that, you can see that now the image is actually fixed. Yeah, it's looking good now. So after that, let's also have an overlay in our this image. So let's create the overlay here. So let's go to the project and item, left image. We will make this overlay with a sword element, and this time let's actually use after sword element, and we will create the overlay. If you notice that this is the actual image, but here if you notice that we have an overlay color of this kind of purple color in our this image. So that's what we are making right now. So we are making this overlay color with this after. So here in our after, make sure that the position is absolute and the content is actually empty, and left 0 and also the right 0, sorry, and height and width will be 100%. And also we will have a background color. So the background color will have, we will have this color. So here, as you can see that the overlay is actually right here. As you can see that that's the color, and that's what we are actually looking for our overlay. So it's doing its job, but we have a problem here. We don't want our overlay here in all over the place. We want this overlay only for this image. So right now we are having a position absolute, and we are actually making height and width 100%. So that's why we are having this. But whenever you will have position absolute, you need to make sure that who is the parent. So the parent is actually our image, this image, and we need to make sure that the parent is having a position relative. So now we have the overlay here, and it's only covering the image, it's not covering the whole place. So that's great. So after that, let's actually have this animation, you can say. So whenever I'll hover one of the item, it will scale up the image. So to do that, what I need to do, I need to go to our actual image. So projects, item. So whenever I will hover one of item and the left image will scale up. So transform scale 1.1, and also make sure that the Z index will be the 1. So now if I do that, I can see my image who is actually scaling up. And also I need to show one more thing in our image here. As you can see that we are having an overflow hidden, and if I hide that or if I comment it out, so if I comment it out and now whenever I will hover one of my card here, as you can see that we are having the weird thing here. We are seeing that the image is actually scaling up, but it's actually going outside of our image container. So to remove that, we need to make sure that the overflow is hidden, means whenever the image will go outside of its container, it will be hidden. So if I do and save that, now I can see that we are having the same scaling thing, but this time we can't see outside of our image stuff, as you can see that. So that's why I used overflow hidden here, and now it's good. Right now we just need a transition here. So in our image here, let's say that the transition will be 0.3 second is and only for the transform. And that's it. As you can see that we have this smooth transition right now. Yeah, the card is looking good right now. We need to just style the information. So let's do it here. So projects, item, right, and projects subtitle, or I think the first one will be the title. And for the title, the font size will be 2.5 pm, and the font family will be the Montserrat. And if you want, you can use a sans serif fallback. And margin bottom will be the 1 rem. And that's it for our heading. Yeah, it's looking good. So let's do the subheading. Copy the selector because it's almost same. So subtitle here, and for the subtitle we need to make sure the font size is 1.6 rem, so it will be smaller. So margin bottom will be 2 rem, and you can see that that's our subtitle. So after that, let's actually style the description here. So projects, item, right side, and project description. So for the description, I need to change the color. We already have the style for it because that's a paragraph. We have a global style for paragraph. And for the color, we will actually use the secondary gray, and margin bottom will be 3 rem. Not 2, we can use 3. Yeah, looking great. So after that, let's actually do the style for our buttons. We have almost a good style for the buttons. We just need to style the external link icon. So for that, I think I should have a class here. No, I don't have any kind of class. So I think we need to have a class. So let's say that for this one, this is the second anchor tag, and this one will also have a class of external link class. And also let's do it for the other two. So for the second anchor tag, we'll have a new class, which is the external link. Here for the second URL, sorry, for the second anchor tag, we'll have the external link class. So with this class, let's actually style this. So here, let's say that the project, item, and here let's say that it is in the right side, and inside the buttons we have this external link class, and this is actually anchor tag. Sorry, we need to style the SVG, not the external anchor tag. So for the SVG width, let's say that the width will be 25 pixel. Now as you can see that the width is actually good, I think. So also we need to style this anchor tag. So for that, I just can say that projects, or we can actually copy this till this external link class. So paste it here, and let's say that display will be flex, because I want them as a side by side, as you can see that, and also align item center and justify content center. Not center, I think justify content, yeah, center will be good. What I'm doing, so gap should be the 1 rem, so between them I will have 1 rem gap. So that's it. As you can see that it's looking good. We have the external link here. So right now we have a problem here. As you can see that this button is having a border and this one is not having a border. So that's why if you notice that this button is looking a little bit bigger, because it's have 2 pixel top, 2 pixel bottom border. So that's why it's actually looking a little bit more bigger than our this button. So to fix that, what I can do in our external link button, I can actually change the padding. So we have to calculate this. So calc, so the default padding in the top we have 0.6 rem, and from that, not rem, actually it's m, so 0.6 m, and from that I need to subtract 4 pixel, because in the top we have 2 pixel, in the bottom we have 2 pixel, so we need to subtract that from our actual padding. And for the y we need to do the same, so copy this thing and paste it over after that, and this time the padding is actually 1.6 and we need to subtract 4 pixel, because in the left side we have 2, in the right side we have 2 pixel. If I save that, now you can see that it's now actually looking more smooth, or you can say that more pleasant, because now in your eye you can say that the both buttons are actually equal with the border. Everything is looking good. After that we need to make it responsive, so let's go to our inspect, and you can see that it is not having any kind of responsiveness right now. Media only screen and max width. Max width will be 768 pixel, and whenever I will come inside this range, what I need to do, actually I need to, first of all we need to change the flex direction of our item. So projects, item, and flex direction will be the column. Now it's actually, as you can see that the column, the flex direction is now column, but the even one it's actually remaining the same, because as you know that we have a defender style for the even number of card. So the default style is actually changing. Now we have our image in the top and the card in the bottom. So after that, let's actually select the left part. So project and item and left, and here let's say that the width will be 100%. And if I do that, now as you can see the width is 100%, and after that we need to do the same thing in the right side. So projects, sorry, it should be the project, sorry, yeah, now it should be defined. So we need to make sure about that. It's actually projects, not project. So projects and item, so we need to select the right one, and for this one the width will be 90%, because we want the right side a little bit smaller than the left side. And after that we need to make sure that it is margin 0 auto. Now as you can see that now it is in the center, and if you notice that it's having the 100%, it is having the 90%, because it's a little bit smaller. And also we need to do the overlapping right now. So we need to do the overlapping in the top side of our card. So for that I need to make sure a margin top of minus 150 pixel in the top side of our card. So if I do that, now as you can see that we are actually overlapping things here in the top side of the card. Yeah, that's great. So after that we need to do styling for our this even number of item. So let's do that. So projects, item, and nth child even. So for the even, I need to change also the flex direction column. Right now it's changing its direction, as you can see that right now it's column, but we need to change a little bit more here. We need to grab the left side of this even card and say that margin left will be the 0, because we don't want any kind of margin in the left side. So it's happening because we made a mistake here in the right side of our all the default style. So here we need to make sure that instead of margin 0 auto, it should be the margin left 0. So if I do that, now as you can see that we are actually back in the track. So that's it. As you can see that it's looking really good. The design is actually really smooth and clean. So here one more thing, what I need to make sure that whenever I'll go to an extra small device, as you can see that these buttons are actually messed up. We need to fix that. So for that we need to create another breakpoint. So media only screen and max width, and max width we will break it in 450 pixel. And here I need to make sure that the buttons, so let's select the buttons. So projects item, in the right side we have these buttons, and here the flex direction now will be the column. And if I do now, as you can see that now they are in column, and also we need to make them 100% width. So grab the actual anchor tag here and make the width 100% and the text alignment center. Yeah, that's it. As you can see now it is fully responsive. Now we have these two you can say kind of breakpoint, one for the medium small and one for the extra small device. Yeah, it's fine. That's what for our this project section. We have responsive project section and with this nice looking transition, as you can see here. So that's the footer. As you can see that that's what we are going to make right now. So let's create the footer. And here in our project, in our portfolio project, in the end of our project section, let's create the footer section. So footer, let's get a comment first of all, footer section, and this will be end of footer section, and between that I'll have my HTML for the footer. So let's create a section first of all. So section with the ID of footer, and inside that I will have a div with a class of container, and inside that I will have my footer. And first of all, if you can see that in the end project we will have 4 columns in our footer. So let's create the 4 columns. So here let's say that div with a class of column1, and here I will just say that first of all in the first column we will have a div of logo. So here we will have the logo. So let's get the logo inside my anchor tag. Here let's say that image, and inside this image I have my logo. So this is the light logo.svg. So if you want the logo, you can actually go to the source code. The link will be in the description. You can find all the images in the source code. So here let's say that logo, and after that, after the logo, let's actually create some paragraph. So it will be after the div here. So after the div, let's get a paragraph, and here I will have some text. So let me copy the text and paste it over here. Perfect. And after that we need to go to our second column. So this is the first column. After that let's go to the div with the class of column2, and here we'll have a heading. So h2 with a class of column heading, and here we'll say that important link, And if you notice that we have actually three column heading, as you can see, then all of them actually having a breakpoint after the first word. So after the important, we need to break it. Also in the contact info, we need to break it after the contact, and social links, we need to break it after the social. So that's the style I chose. So let's actually break it here. So after the important, let's actually create a beer tag here. So this will break the line here. So great. So after this h2, let's create some ul. So unordered list, and inside this unordered list we will have a list item, and first list item will be our encode tag. Inside the encode tag we will have the link for our all the section. So first of all we will say that home, and also let's actually link the home with the id of our home section. Let me actually check. If I go to the top, this is actually hero section, the first section that we have here. So let's actually do the hero. So now this home is actually linked with this hero section. So we will actually duplicate this, and the second section or the second link will be the about. So we will actually link it with the about section. So the id is about, and the third one will be the contact, and the link will be also contact. Because I think we need to keep it that link, because right now we don't have any kind of contact page. So we need to keep it like that, because the contact page will be a separate page from all the section that we have in our landing page. So that's why we need to link it later. So let's actually create a to do, and let's say that link the contact page here. So after that, let's actually come back here. So after the contact we will have project, and we need to link it with the project section that we have here. And after that we have our testimonial. So testimonial, and the id of the section is testimonial. So as you can see that in the bottom of our website we have all the links, and if I click that, if I click home, now we are in the top of our website, means in the home of our website. So the links are working. Now we need to actually style it. Before that we need to create two more columns. So let's actually do it here. So after this column 2, let's create our column number 3. Or what we can do, actually we can duplicate this, because the layout will be same for all of our columns. So this will be the column 3. So let's say that column 3, and here we will say that contact info instead of important links info. And also we will change these links. So the first link that we will have is actually for our mail. So for our email we will actually, let's say that webcifar@gmail.com, and here we can actually link it with mail to. So let's say that mail to, we can say that webcifar@gmail.com, and after that we need to create a number. So let's actually do a number here. So let's say that that's the number that we have, or test, or what I can do, I can just randomly place any number. And for now let's actually keep it that link, and after that we will actually need to create a address. Right now let's actually say that it will be Chittagong, Bangladesh, and that's it. So we need to we can remove these last two items that we have here, we don't need them. So that's for our second column. And if I scroll down, as you can see that in the bottom corner here we have our contact info. So the last one, means the last column that we have, that will be for our social links. So let's actually create that. So div with a class of column 4, and here let's say that h2 with a class of column heading, and here let's say that social, and after the social we need to break it, and let's say that links. And after that let's also create our UL here, and inside that we'll have our link, and in the each of our link we'll have anchor tag, and let's say that FB for Facebook, TW for Twitter, IG for Instagram, and finally LI for LinkedIn. So these are for our social links, and it's looking good. Now we need to style it, so let's actually do the styling, and let's go to our style.css, and down here let's actually create a comment for footer style, and let's style our all the footer. So first of all let's actually create or select the footer ID that we have, and here we need to change the background color. So we will actually have a dark background color for our footer, so let's actually do that here. So if I do, as you can see that we have this dark background color, and for the color we can use white. Now as you can see that everything is now white, and after that we need to have some padding, so 10 rem in the top, 0 for the right, and 5 for the bottom, and 0 for the left side. So now we have some padding. So after that let's actually select the actual footer tag that we have here, and let's say that display will be flex, and align items will be center, and also justify content will be center. So we can use flex box here. As you can see that whenever I will use flex box, all the items now are in a row. So perfect. And after that we can actually select each of our items. So if you notice that the first column will have actually a little bit more space comparing all the other column that we have here. So we can say that this one will grow up to 3, and all these 3 columns will grow up to 1. So we can do it with flex. So I just can say that footer, and inside the footer tag we have column 1, and these will actually use flex 3, and all these. So let me duplicate this, means I need to select the second one, and the third and the fourth one will have a column 1. So if I do that, if I save, now as you can see that this one actually is having a little bit more space than these other 3. So after that let's actually go to our, so I think we need to give it flex 2 instead of 1. This, yeah, that's looking good. So the first column will have a flex 3, all the 3 items that we have will have a flex 2. Actually not all the items, the last one means the social icons, it will not need much space, because the content that we have in our social icons or social links are not actually not that much bigger. So we can actually scale down the space for social icons. So for that what I can do, I can remove it from here, and we can say that for the fourth one the flex will be 1. So if I do that, as you can see that the flex is 1 for the fourth one, and for the 2 and for the 3 the flex is 2, and for the first one the flex is 3. So now let's actually style this first column and also style this image. Right now it's quite big actually. So footer, and column 1, inside that we have our logo, and inside that we have image, and here let's say that the max width will be 100 pixel, and margin bottom will be 2 rem, and also let's say that that's it. I think we don't need anything else. Yeah, that's looking good. And after that let's also style the paragraph. The color is not correct right now. So footer column 1, and dot logo, and here we can actually select the paragraph, and let's say that the color will be white. So it's not working because as you can see that that's not inside the logo, it's inside the column 1. So that's looking good. And after that, let's actually style the heading of our column. So footer column 1, or you can directly get the column heading. So that's a class column heading, and let's say that font family will be the font serif, and if you want you can use a sans serif as a fallback. And after that, let's say that the font size will be 2rem, and also let's say that margin bottom that we will use actually 2rem. If I save them, as you can see that we have margin bottom. And also if you want, you can actually make it uppercase, so text transform will be the uppercase. And line height, if you also want, make it something like 1.5 m. Yeah, great, it's looking nice. And after that, I think there is a problem. If you notice that we have everything in center, but we don't want everything in center. If you can see that everything will actually level up with the top of our this column. So we need to actually come back to our footer tag here, and if you can see that the alignment is for our center, so we can actually make it flex start, and also the justify should be the flex start, so that everything start from the left side and also start from the top of our column. So now as you can see that everything is starting from the top of our column. That's great. So after the column heading, we can actually go to our footer UL. So footer UL, and from here I just can say the list style will be the none. And after that, let's go to our actual li. So footer UL li, and from here, so let me actually come here and say that from here we can say that border radius will be 4 pixel, and that's it. So let's go to our anchor tag first of all. So here let's say that footer and UL li anchor tag. Here let's say that display will be inline block first of all, and also let's say that the width will be 100%, and color will be white, and font size will be 1.7 rem, and color, oh, we already said the color. Also let's say that the padding will be 0.5 rem. And if I do now, as you can see that everyone is having an inline block. So we are doing inline block because by default every anchor tag is actually display as a inline, and we want the inline block because in inline what you have actually, you don't actually have the padding in the top and bottom, or the margin in the top and bottom is not correctly respected. So that's why if you want to have a padding or margin all around the item, you need to make sure that you are having an anchor tag inline block. So after that, let's also create some hover effect. Right now we don't have any kind of hover effect, so let's create some hover effect here. So footer and footer UL and li, if I hover any kind of li, I need to change the anchor tag here. And here we need to change the color of our anchor tag. So color will be our primary color. So primary color, yeah. So if I hover one of them, as you can see that the color is changing. It's looking good, but I also want to change the background color. So the background color that we will change it from our li, means I will change the background color in the list item. So let's do that here. Footer UL li, and if I hover the li, I need to change its background color, which will be the white. So if I save now, as you can see that we have our background color, which is looking good. And finally, if I need to yeah, sorry, you can see that we have a background color 4x. I don't know why it was happened here, but it should be the border radius 4 pixel. And now as you can see that we have little border radius here, which is looking good. And yeah, so these two columns, the important links and the contact info, are looking good, but right now the social links are not quite well, so we need to style it separately. So footer UL no, inside the column 4 we need to go to the UL, and here let's say that display will be flex and flex rep will be rep. Yeah, right now as you can see that everything is now in flex, and we have flex rep. That's why whenever there is not enough space, the item will go to the next row. So that's fine. After that, let's also say that in the footer column 4 UL li anchor tag min height, not min height, min width will be, so we will keep 50 pixel, and it will give us min height, it will be min width. So now as you can see that we have kind of this kind of shape, which is looking good, I think. Yeah, that's it. That's what we have for our social links. As you can see that it's looking really nice, and also we have our anchor tag, all the important links and contact info also showing greatly here. So finally, I think I need some gap here. Right now we don't have any kind of gap, so in our footer we can do a gap here. So gap will be 2 rem. Right now it's looking perfect with this gap. Yeah, perfect. And let's actually check the responsiveness here, and I don't believe it is responsive right now. Yeah, as you can see that it is not having any kind of responsiveness right now. So let's create a media query and do our responsiveness here. So media only screen and max width 768 pixel. So inside this range I need to change the footer column direction, flex direction column, and also justify content will be center and align items will be center, because right now we want everything in the center, as you can see. So looking great. And what I need actually, I need to grab all the column that we have here. So footer dot column 1, and we need to select 2, 3 and 4, and here I need to say that the width will be 100%, and also margin bottom will be 3 rem. Now as you can see that everything is now having a 100% width, and also we need to get the, so it's looking great, as you can see. So also what I need actually, I need to get the last item, means the 4th one. So footer column 4, and also inside the column 4 we need to get the UL, and I need to say that width will be feed content and margin will be 0 and auto. Now as you can see that it's actually in the center, and everything should be in the center also. I think I need to say that text align center here. So text align center. Right now as you can see that everything is not center. Yeah, so we forgot these things. Yeah, it's looking great, as you can see that perfect. If I go to the extra small device, also it's looking good, and if I go to the large device, yeah, it's really perfect. I like it. So the footer is actually quite looking good, and finally we need to create the last thing in our footer, which is this copyright text. So it will be quite simple. So for that, let's go to our HTML, and here I need to create another section. After the footer section, we need to create another section with the ID of copyright. Sorry, it will not work like that. So copyright, and inside that I will have a div with the class of container, and here I will have a paragraph, and let me copy the text for it and paste it here. And if I save, here I should see my text in the bottom. Yeah, it's looking good. And what I need to do now, I need to go to the style and style these copyright things. So also let's create a section for let's get a comment for it. So copyright style, and here let's say that in our copyright I need a padding in the top and bottom. I need 1 rem and 0 for the left and right, and background color will be, sorry, not like that, background color will be here. So we'll have a background color for that, and let me copy the color for it. And so that's the color. As you can see, that dark color that we have here. We need to change the color for the paragraph inside this copyright. So copyright paragraph will be the color of white, and also the margin will be 1.4 rem, and not 1.4 rem, 1 rem will be good, and font size will be 1.4 rem. And if I save, now as you can see that it's looking quite well. So also let's check the responsiveness for it. I think in the mobile device we can actually make it center, so it will look good. So media only screen and max width 768 pixel, and let's say that copyright paragraph text alignment will be the center. And if I save, I should see the text in the center. Yeah, that's looking great. Now we have a perfect copyright section, as you can see. So these are the HTML for this, and it's looking great actually. So that's it for our footer. I hope you guys like the style. So let's create the navigation bar or the hamburger menu that you can see here. So this is the hamburger menu that we are going to create right now. So here let's go to our project, and in the top of our body, so inside the body, let's create the comments for our navigation. So let's say that navigation section, and this will be end of navigation section, and between that I will have my HTML for the navigation. So we are in the top of our body, and we are going to create the navigation here. So let's create a section first of all, and with the ID of navigation. So navigation, and inside that I will have a div with a class of not container this time. It will be nav icon. So basically we will have an icon for that. So this is the icon. So we can actually grab the icon from heroicons.com. And if I come here in the heroicons.com, if I search for menu, I can see the bar. As you can see, the menu bar here. So this will be the icon for our menu bar. So copy the SVG from here and paste it inside of my nav icon. So we should have the SVG. So after that, actually let's create the nav content. So it will be outside of our navigation. So this is navigation. Outside of our navigation, let's create a section with the ID of nav content, and inside that I will have a div with a class of close button. So close button, and here we will have our close button. And if I come here in the end project, this is the button that I'm talking about. So let's actually get the SVG for this close button. So let's go back to our heroicons.com and search for close, and this is the icon that we are going to use. So copy the SVG from here and paste it inside of my close button div. So now we have our close button inside of my nav content. So after this close button div, let's actually create a div with a class of wrapper, and inside that I will have my h2 with the class of section heading. So section heading, and I should say the menu will be the text. If I save, I should see my menu text, as you can see that. And also let's say that I outline here. So data outline will be the menu, and I can see the outline behind that. So great. And after that, let's actually create the navigation item that you can see here. So let's create those navigation item. So after this h2, let's create a nav, and inside that we will have a ul, and inside that I will have my list item. And for the first one, let's get a link first of all, and here let's say that we will have the first item, which is the home, or I think we should write something like that. And after that, let's actually do the second item, which will be the about, projects, and testimonials, and finally contact. So those are the nav item or nav links that we are going to have here. So let me actually leave a to do here. We need to link those thing before we finish the project. So link the nav items. Yeah, so let's actually keep it like that, and we will come back to this link later. So for now, we need to style this menu thing here. So let's go back to our style.css. So we need to go up here. I mean, after the global style, we should have our nav items style. So before the hero section, let's actually create the comments for navigation style, and here we'll have the navigation style. So first of all, in our ID of navigation, so navigation, we need to make it position fix here. So fix. So this navigation is actually the hamburger menu. So if you can see that this is the navigation that we are now styling. So inside that we have only the hamburger icon. So the main nav item is actually here, as you can see that inside of our nav content. So we need to make sure that which one we are working with. So here after that, let's also say that it will be from the right side 50 pixel, and from the top it will be 50 pixel. And if I save, I should see my content, but I can't see it, I think because the icon color is actually white. We will see it in a moment. And after that, let's also say that the height will be auto. So after that, also say that the z index will be 100. So the z index will be 100 because I want this navigation in the top of our everything. So that's why I need a higher z index. And after that, let's actually style the nav icon here. So navigation, and here the nav icon, and let's say that the width will be something like 50 pixel, and also height will be also 50 pixel, and we need to make a margin 0 auto so that it remains in the center, and margin right will be 0. So margin right 0, and after that cursor we want as a pointer, and background color we should have a primary background color. If I do a background color, I should see my content right now. So as you can see that that's the nav icon that we have here. After that, let's also say that I want to have a, I think I don't need this margin right 0 or margin bottom, I mean margin 0 auto things, because we can actually center this thing with display flex and align item center, and also let's say that justify content will be the center, and it will remain center inside of this bar, as you can see. Yeah, that's looking great. And as you can see that we need to change the width here. So if I come here in our SVG, as you can see that the stroke width actually 2, if I make it 1, and as you can see that now the stroke width of this SVG is actually 1, and it's looking good with this stroke width 1. And now I need to change the color of this SVG. So let's actually select the SVG here. So navigation, and inside that nav icon we have our SVG, and here the color we can use white, and also we need to make sure that width will be 80%. Now as you can see that the width is 80% and the color is white. So that's it for our nav icon. So now actually I style the nav content here. As you can see that this whole thing is actually nav content, this whole thing. So we need to style it right now. So let's actually do it here. So come back to our project here. So here let's say that nav content. First of all, let's say that the position will be fixed, because I want this nav icon or this nav content to remain fixed. As you can see that whenever I scroll, it will remain in the top of our content. So that's why I want this nav content or nav icon position fixed. So after that, let's also say that the width will be 80% and the height will be 100%, and the max width will be 800 pixel. So let me explain you what I'm saying here. I'm saying the max width 800 pixel and the width 80%. So what it means actually, if I come here in the end project, if I go to the large device, as you can see that we have this nav content which is actually having a width of 800 pixel. Means the maximum width of this nav content will be 800 pixel. But whenever I'll go to the small device, it will remain 80% width, as you can see. So whenever I'll go more small, so now as you can see that it's remaining 80% width. So that's how I'm controlling the width of this nav content in multiple devices using max width and the width. So after that, let's also say that z index will be 100, and we want to have a background color here. So background color will be secondary black. So if I come back to my project, as you can see that I have my navigation content here, but it's not in the right place. I think it should be in the right side. So what I need actually, I need to make sure the right is 0 here. So now as you can see that it is in the right side, it's looking great. After that, let's also say that the color will be white here. Yeah, and after that align items will be center, and also before that I need to make sure that it is displaying as a flex, and justify content after that will be center, and overflow will be hidden. So overflow will be hidden here. I will explain why I am giving the overflow hidden here. So after that, let's style this heading stuff here. So nav content dot section heading, and here let's say the text alignment will be left side, not center, and also say that I think we don't need to do anything else here. And after that, we need to actually style the outline behind this menu. If you can't see actually, it's actually now having a dark blue color or purple color. So we need to make it white color. So for that, I need to grab the pseudo elements for this one, because if you remember, we used pseudo element for this outline. So content dot section heading dot, or not dot, it's actually before, and we need to make sure that the color or the stroke color. So for that, we need to use WebKit text stroke will be 1.5 pixel, and the color will be, let me copy the color here. So now if you can see that now it's actually a little bit white color. I think now you can see the outline behind this menu text. Yeah, looking good. And after that, let's also say that the text alignment of this will be center, not center, left, because we changed the main heading left. So great. After that, let's also style the wrapper here. So here in the nav content, we need to select the wrapper here. So wrapper, and say that width will be 70%, and position will be relative. Yeah, now as you can see that it is in the left side here, as you can see that, because we just changed the width of it. And after that, let's also go to our UL here. So nav content UL, and here let's say that list style will be none, and the text alignment will be the left, so we can't see the dot anymore. And after that, let's also style the li inside of this UL. So nav content UL li. Here I need to make a margin bottom to rem so that it can get separated. We can't see it, we need to change the color of the anchor tag. So let's grab the anchor tag here. So nav dash content, actually nav content here, ul li anchor tag here, and display it as a inline block, and also say that the color will be white. So if I do that, I can see it. I need to change the width of it, so width will be 100%, and after that the font size will be 5 rem. Yeah, now those icons are visible, and we need to change the font family. So use Montserrat, and if you want, you can use sans serif as a fallback. Yeah, the links are looking great. And after that, we need to create this effect, which is the whenever I will hover one of my navigation item here, nav menu item, as you can see that the outline is actually here, which is looking good. So whenever I will hover one of the item, we will have the outline in the right side, if you can see that. So it's looking really nice, and I want that. So let's create the effect here. So we will create this outline with the sword element as we did before. So nav content ul li a after. So this sword element will have a content of we need to actually, let's say the test for now, we will actually come back to it later. So pointer event will be none, and after that the position of this one will be the absolute, and we can now position it as we want. So for now, let's say that right will be -150 pixel, and also let's say that the bottom will be 30% around that. So if I do that, I can't see it right now because we need to do some more thing here. So we need to say that the color will be transparent, and also we need to make the stroke width, which is this one that we have here. So copy that and paste it over here. And after that, also let's say that, so we need to hide it. So for that, I can just say that the opacity will be 0 so that we can't see it, but whenever I will hover one of them, we can see it after that. So after that, let's say that the z index will be -1 so that it remains under the main content, and text alignment will be center, and finally we need to rotate that. So transform, rotate 90 degree, and scale will be 3. So I can't see it right now, and the problem is I think this should be inside of my, still I can't see it. So let me actually check it here. So this is the wrapper and nav icon ul li anchor tag. Okay, so I can't see my stored element right there because I did a mistake here, big mistake. Sorry for my bad spelling here. But here is our after, if you can see that here. So this is the after, but we can't see it here, I think because we have opacity of 0. Yeah, I can see it right now. So you can see that whenever I remove the opacity 0, I can see the test here, but it is not in the right place yet. So we need to do some width here. So after here, let's say that the width will be for this sword element 100%. Yeah, right now it's actually in place, I think. Yeah, that's it. As you can see that it's looking great and it's in the right place. And now what I need to do, actually I need to create the hover effect here. So let's actually remove it with the opacity. So right now we can't see it, and create the hover effect here. So nav content ul li anchor tag. So whenever I'll hover the anchor tag, I will actually change the after, and here I will just say that the opacity means I'll change the opacity from 0 to 1, and also I'll transform it. So transform scale 3, and also translate y 10 pixel, so each will go slightly upper. So rotate 90 degree. So once I do, whenever I'll hover, now as you can see that I can see it, but it's not having any kind of transition. So let's do some transition here. So let's say that transition will be 0.3 second and ease, and transition property will be opacity and the transform. So now whenever I'll do, as you can see that it's having the transition right now, but everyone is actually having the same text, which is the test. Now it's time to change this one and make it dynamic. So for that I need to do, or I need to create a data attribute in my link here. So the data attribute that I'm going to use is actually inside of my anchor tag. So here inside of my anchor tag, let's say that data dash text will be home, or I can say something like that, home, and we need to do it for every link here. So do it here. So this one will be about, and do it here. So this one will be projects, and do it here, testimonials. And for the last one we need to do it same way, contact. So now we have this data attribute, means data dash text attribute, that we can use inside of our anchor tag sort element. So for that we need to actually say that the attribute that we are gonna use is actually data dash text. So here let's say that attribute will be data dash text. So if I save that, whenever I'll hover, as you can see that now I have the home, about, projects, testimonials, and the contact. So we have these effect, as you can see that perfectly, which is looking good. And finally let's also create the closing button here. So right now we don't have any kind of closing button, so here let's do that. So nav icon, nav content, and dot close btn, and here let's say that the position will be absolute, and the left side will be 10 pixel, and the top will be 10 pixel. So each will be somewhere here. So from the left 10, from the top 10. So after that the color will be, let's say that white. Whenever I'll do something like that, I think we need to give it a width and height. So width will be 40 pixel and height will be also 40 pixel. Now I can see my icon. So we need to do a background color here. So background color will be primary color, and also we need to display it as a flex, and align items will be center, and justify content will be center, and border radius will be 50%. If I do that, now as you can see that I have a background color and also border radius 50%. Also I need to change the width of this SVG, but right now it's okay. And make sure that here in the closing SVG, the stroke width is still I think we have 2. Where is the closing SVG? Yeah, this one is the closing button, and here is the stroke width, which is 2. We need to make it 1, and if I make it 1, I think it will look better. No, I think 2 was good. Yeah, let's actually keep it 2 right then. So after that let's say that the cursor will be pointer, and we can do a transition because I wanna change the background color of it. So for that we need to create a transition. So 0.3 second is background color. So background color and we will change the background color on hover. So for that, let's say that here. So before that, let's actually decrease the size of this SVG inside of this button. So nav icon, sorry, nav content, and inside this close button I have the SVG, and the width will be 80%. And after that, let's also change the color whenever I'll hover. So if I save, as you can see that the width is actually now 80%. So let's do the hover here. So nav content and close button. So whenever I'll hover that, the background color will be crimson. So whenever I'll hover, as you can see that the background color is crimson, and we have the transition, as you can see whenever I am hovering. So that's it. That's it for our this closing button. It's looking good. And right now we need to hide this. Nav content, because in the default view we will not see this nav content. So to hide this nav content, let's get back to our nav content here. So here I need to say that transform translate x 100%. If I do that, I can't see it because now it is transform x minus, it's actually now transform x 100%, means it is actually outside of the window in the right side, as you can see. After that, if I actually decrease that, means if I do something like 80% to show you, now as you can see that I can see remaining 20% because it's hiding the 80% of its width in the right side. So we can actually hide 100%, or if you want, you can actually make a little bit bigger, something like 105 pixel, 5%. Yeah, that's looking great. And after that, let's also do a transition here, because we will actually change the transform whenever I will activate the button here. So 0.3 second is and only from the transform. Yeah, that's looking great. And that's it actually. So all the other thing is looking good, and I think I can actually change this position of this nav icon. So let's say that height will be 20. Sorry, not height, position here, the top will be 20. Yeah, it's looking much better, or we can use 30 here. Yeah, it's looking much better right now, I think. So that's it. Right now we have the nav content here, we have our nav icon. So after that, we need to actually activate these buttons. As you can see that we need to activate this button. So to activate these buttons, we need to create a JavaScript, because we will need JavaScript here. So let's create a JavaScript file. So create a new file and name it main.js. So if you don't know JavaScript, just it's not actually complicated. I will explain what I'm doing here. So first of all, we need to grab the icon. So let's say that constant hamburger menu is equals to, so document dot query selector, not query selector, we need to select the nav icon. So the nav icon, as you can see that this is the nav icon. So we need to select it, which is inside of my navigation. So let's say that inside of the navigation we have our nav icon. And after that, let's also select the nav content. So nav content is equals to document dot query selector, and we need to select the nav content with the ID. So that's it for our selection. We have nav content, we have our hamburger menu. So let's say that whenever I will click the hamburger menu, so let's create a event listener in our hamburger menu. So hamburger menu dot add event listener, and the event is actually click event. So whenever I click this hamburger menu, what I want to do, I want to run this function. So inside this function, what I need to do actually, I need to create or do something. So let's say that whenever I will actually click this, button, I will add a class in my nav content. So let's do that. So here let's say that nav content dot class list dot add show. So whenever I'll click, I will actually add this class on the nav content. So let's actually test it out here. So let's test it here. So here is the button, and whenever I will actually click this button in this nav content, notice this nav content, whenever I click that, nothing is happening. Okay, we have, oh sorry, we need to add this JavaScript file with this HTML first of all. So let's get back to our end of body. So before closing body tag, we need to add this script, which is the main.js. Now it should work. So whenever I will click now, as you can see that we have a new class show. So that's what we are doing. So let me actually show you one more time. So this is the nav content, and whenever I click this button right now, it will add this class here, as you can see. So that's the class which will allow us to hide our content here. So in our style.css right now, here as you can see that in our nav content, we can actually do one more style with this show class. So here let's say that nav content, if the nav content have a show class, I wanna transform it back. So here if you notice that, if you remember, we actually before transform this nav content outside of our window. Now we can actually get back it by translate x 0. So if I do that, it will actually go from 105 to the 0, means it will come back to our original screen. And also we can use a box shadow for it. So box shadow will be, so let's say that let me copy the box shadow. I will not write it here. So as you can see that this is the box shadow that we have, and if you notice that in here we have this box shadow. So let me actually show you one more time. So as you can see that in default we don't have it, but whenever I'll click this, now we have our menu here. So which is because now we have this show class, we can actually see it. So now we need to actually close this nav menu. So we can close this nav menu very similarly. We need to create a event listener for this close button. So first of all, we need to select the close button. So let's actually select it. So constant close nav button is equals to document dot query selector, and let's say that inside my nav content I have this close button. And now what I can do, I can actually add an event listener with this close button. So let's say that here whenever we will click the close button, so close nav button dot add event listener. So whenever I'll click this close, so the event will be click, and the function will be inside this function. I wanna remove this show class from our nav content. So copy this and paste it over here. So instead of adding this, I can remove the class. So now actually test it out here. So if I click, I have the menu. If I click close, I have my close button working right here. So now we have our nav menu which is working perfectly. This closing button is also working perfectly. We have this nice hover effect. Everything is working perfectly. And after that, what I want to show you, so if you notice that whenever I will actually click this, I have my nav content. But if you notice that I still can scroll my content behind this nav content, if you notice that, so behind this nav content, if you can notice, I can still scroll my web page. That's what we don't want. Whenever we will open our nav menu, we don't want our user to scroll the home page or the web page. So to remove that, what I can do here, so to remove that here, whenever I am actually adding this show class, I can say that in my document body, document.body.style.overflow will be the hidden. So if I do that, so what it will do actually, so if let me save it. So if I do that, what it will do, whenever I will actually open this, it will create a body overflow hidden. So let me actually show you here. If I go to the inspect style, so if you can see that here we have a style in our body, the style is overflow hidden, which will actually prevent us from scrolling. So if I close the button, still we can't scroll actually. So we need to remove this overflow hidden from our body whenever we close our nav icon. So for that, I can copy this line and paste it after this hide class. So here I'm saying that whenever I'll close my button, I need to change the body style overflow from hidden to auto, or you can use initial. So once I do, now if I open my nav icon, I can't scroll, but if I close my nav content or navigation menu, I can scroll. So that's what we have for this nav menu. As you can see that we have nav menu which is working perfectly fine, but right now it's not perfect, means it is not responsive. Show you. So in the mobile device, as you can see that it is not looking good. If I go to the iPhone X or something like that, it's not looking good. We don't want that in our mobile device. So let's actually do some responsive CSS here. So in the end of our navigation menu style here, so let's get a media query, media on the screen, and max width 768 pixel. So whenever I will go inside this range in the navigation, so we need to change the position of it. So navigation, everything is right will be 10 pixel and the top will be 10 pixel. So we are changing the position of it a little bit. So after that, we need to change the after. So we don't want this after effect that we have, this outline effect that we have in our desktop. We don't want it in my mobile. So let's say that in the nav content, nav ul li anchor tag, and we have before for that, and we just can say that display will be none for our mobile. And also we need to change the heading here. So nav content and section heading. So here in our section heading, we should have a text alignment left, and also margin bottom will be 5 rem. So after that, let's also do the style for our UL here. So nav content, right now the text link, I think it's bigger, so nav UL, and let's say that text alignment will be the left, or I think we need to do it right what we have in our end product here. So if I do that, so it should be in the right side, sorry, everything will go in the right side. So text alignment in this section heading will be in the right. Also we need to change the outline text alignment, so content section heading, and this is the before, yeah, and the text alignment will be also right for it. So if I do that, now as you can see the text alignment right here, so also the text element right will be here. So everything now is in the right side, and we need to change the anchor tag width. So here nav content nav ULLIA, and here let's say that the font size will be 2.5 rem. Yeah, now as you can see that everything is looking perfect, and I think we can actually increase the nav content. If you want, you can do so. Nav content wrapper, the width will be 90%. So if I do that, it will go a little bit closer to the edge of our right side. Yeah, that's looking perfect. That's the perfect navigation bar that we have. So let me check the responsiveness. So as you can see that it's looking really nice. Yeah, that's what we have here. So I think we need to do the link here. So right now, let's say that for the home, it will be linked with the home section, not home, sorry, it will be linked with the hero section, and about will be linked to the about section, and projects will be linked with the project section. Testimonial will be linked with the same testimonial section, and let me check this testimonial. It is testimonial or testimonials, project and about. So here is the stats, here is the testimonial. Yeah, testimonial singular. So great, then it's fully linked, and we need to link the contact letter, so we can keep the to do here, so that we can say that here link the contact page. Yeah, that's it. Let me check the link here. So if I go to the home, we are already in the home. If I go to the about projects, testimonial, we don't have contact yet, but if you notice that it's actually jumping from one section to another. We don't want that. So to have a smooth scroll, you can go to your HTML and say that scroll behavior will be the smooth. So if you do that, what it will do is it will create a smooth scroll whenever you will scroll inside of your web page. And here one more thing I need to do. So if I let's open my menu, and let's say that I want to go to the about section. If I click this about, I should go to the about section, and I can see that in behind we are in the about section. But it will be good if this nav content or this nav menu will close automatically whenever I will click one of the nav item. So it will be something like, so let me show you what I mean. So if I go to the end project here, so if I open my nav menu, and if I click one of the nav item, let's say the testimonial, if I click that, as you can see that this nav menu is closed automatically. So that's what I want. So if you want that, what I need to do, actually I need to go to my app.js or main.js here. I need to select all the nav icon, sorry, I need to select all the navigation item here, means all the anchor tag that we have. So let's select all the anchor tag that we have here. So let's say that constant and name it something like nav links, and select document dot query selector all. So query selector all this time, because we have multiple items that we need to select. So here let's say that nav content, obviously it should be the inside of my single quote or double quote. So after that, let's say that inside the nav I have li, inside the nav I have ul, and inside that I have li, and inside that I have the anchor tag. So it will select all the anchor tag that we have here. So after that, I need to actually loop through all the items that we have inside this nav links, because we have multiple items right now. So actually loop through inside these nav links. So nav links dot for each. So for each loop, and for each link, what I need to do, I need to add an event listener. So link dot add event listener, and this event will be the similar thing, which is the click event that we had before. And inside this function, means whenever I'll click this nav link, I will actually call this function, and here is a typo, this should be something like that. So whenever I click this, I will run this callback function, and inside this callback function, what I will do, I will do the similar thing that we did here whenever I click the close button. So here is the close button, and here what I did whenever I click the close button, so copy this all things and paste it here. So now it should be the same, means whenever I'll click one of the item here, it will close the nav content automatically, as you can see that. So that's what we want, and I hope this will be good for our user. Yeah, that's what we have. We have a nice menu here in our project, which is really attractive. So as you can see that this is the design that we are going to have for our contact page. So this is actually a totally separate page from the landing page. So we have all the things in the landing page, and we will have this separate contact page. So to have this separate contact page, we need to create a separate file for that. So let's create a file with the name of contact.html. So here we will have the HTML for our contact page. So let's get a boilerplate with exclamation sign, and that's the boilerplate that we have. And if you want to change the title, you can just say that. So here inside the body, let's create a comment. Let's say that this is the contact page, and this will be the end of contact page, or you can say that contact section. I think that will suit more better. So between that, I will have my HTML for the contact section. So here in my contact section, first of all, let's create a section with the ID of contact, and inside that I'll have a div with a class of container, and inside that I will have my h2 with a class of section heading, and let's say that contact as a text here. So if I open this thing with the live server, I can see my contact, but it is not having the style that we are looking for, because right now we don't have any kind of style. So we need to link our style sheet. So as you can see that there's the style sheet that we have, and here we have all the global style. So we need to link this style.css with this contact.html to get those style. So let's link it here, and that's the style.css. And once I linked, as you can see that I have all the style, and if you notice that I have the section heading style, as you can see that here. So let's also get the outline, which will be behind this text. So let's say that data dash outline, and here let's say that contact, and if I do, I can see the outline behind this text. So after that, if I go to the end project here, as you can see that this will be the design, and in here we have a left side and we have in the right side. So in the left side we have our information, and the right side we have our form. So let's create this design here. So for that, after this h2, let's create a div with a class of wrapper, and inside that I will have a div with a class of left, and inside that I will have h2 with a class of contact info, or what is that, heading. So here for the heading, let's say that hire/inquiry, and after this h2, let's create a paragraph with a class of contact description, and here I will have some lorem ipsum. So let me copy the text here, and after that I will have my information. So if I go to the design here, I can see my title and also the lorem ipsum. So after that we will have this information, as you can see that this contact information. So let's do that. So here after the paragraph, let's get a div with the class of contact info, and here I will have the UL, and inside that I will have the li, and for the first item we will have the anchor tag, and here we will have two things. So first we will have span with a class of icon, and just duplicate it and rename the class, which will be the text. So if I come here, let me actually show you. So here for each of our item we will have two parts. First part we will have the icon, in the second part we will have this you can say the text. So that's why in the anchor tag we have two span, one for the icon and one for the text. So for the icon we will have the SVG for our this mobile phone, as you can see that this phone icon. So let's actually grab this icon from heroicons.com. I already showed you the process. You just go to heroicons.com and search for this phone icon, and you will get the SVG from here. I already copied the SVG and paste it here, and I should see the icon. So after that, for the text, let's actually say that a random number. I don't think that's a real number, and let's actually keep it like that. So that's it for our first item, and let's actually create these two more items. So let's copy this whole list item. So for the second one, we will have the icon for this message or email, as you can see that. So to have this email icon, I don't think we have this email icon in our heroicons.com. So I actually get this email icon from our ionicons.com. So go to ionicons.com. This is the URL, and inside that just search for mail and you will get this mail icon. So copy this, and as you can see that you will have this tag that you can use. So copy this tag, and so here what you need to do, you need to replace this SVG with the copied tag. So if I do that, as you can see that that's the tag, and now I should see the mail or mail icon. So here I can't see it actually. I can't see the mail icon because I need to add the CDN. So for that, let's go to the usage, and here as you can see that I can see the CDN. So copy this CDN and paste it before our closing body tag here. So if I do that, I should see the icon. So if you can see that in the bottom here, I can see my little mail icon. So that's fine. And after that, actually, let's change the text for it. So let's say that amy@example.com. So that's the text for our email. So let's keep it like that. And after that, let's create our third one, which will be the pin. So let's go to ionicons.com and here search for pin, and I can see the icon here. So copy this tag and paste it here, or replace that with the previous one, and I can see my next icon. So also let's actually replace this text here. So it will be my address. So let's say the Chittagong and Bangladesh, and that's it. And here I can see my icon, and also I can see my text. So right now all of those items are not having a proper style, so we will have the style in a moment. And before that, let's actually get the social icons thing, as you can see that. So after the UL and after this actually whole contact info div, so after that let's get another div with a class of social info, and inside that I will have the UL and li, and for the each of li I will have my anchor tag, and for the first one I will have the FB, so tutor, IG, and yeah, that's it. If you want, you can add LinkedIn. So now as you can see that I can see this text here. So after that, we need to add our HTML for this form. So let's create this form here. So after the whole left div, as you can see that this is the, where is the left class? Yeah, so this is the left class that we have. So this is the opening one and this is the closing one, and after this div I'll have my right class. So means this will be the right side of our content, and here first of all we'll have a div with a class of form wrapper, and inside that I will have my form, and for the action let's actually keep it at that link, and after that I will have a div, and here I will say that the first form group, and inside that the first level that we'll have is, let's say that for will be the name, and let's actually name it your name, and after that we will have a div with a class of input wrapper. We actually creating this input wrapper because inside this input we will have actually two parts. We will have an icon and we will have our actual input. So here first of all for our icon we will have a S pen with a class of icon, and actually I will just have the icon tag from the heroicons.com, not hero icons. We will get this icon tag from Ion Icons. So I already grabbed those icons here. You just can go to the Ion Icons and search for the icons that we are using here. So after this S pen, means after this icon S pen, I just can create my input, which is the actual input, and here let's keep it an ID, and let's say that name, and name will be the name. So if I do that, I should see the first input, as you can see that. And if you notice that in the first input we have an icon, and beside that we have our input. So let's actually duplicate this whole from group, and for the second one the name will be and here will be the email, and let's say that your email here. And also let's actually change the icon. So the icon will be, let me copy the tag for it. So these will be all icon from ionicons.com. And also for our input, the type will be email, and the name will be email, and also the ID will be email. Yeah, perfect. So this is for our email. And after that, let's also create the message. So the message one will be different because we are going to use here the text area. So let's actually create a div with a class of form group, and inside that I will have my label. So for will be the message, and let's say that not like that, it will be me message. And here I will have a text area, and let's say that for our text area we will not have an icon, so that's why we are not having the span with the class of icon. We will just have a text area here. So let's say that the name will be message, and ID will be the same message. So let me copy it and paste it here, and we don't need to specify the column and rows here, we just can delete that. And instead of that, we can say that the width will be 100%, and that's it. And I don't think we need anything else. And if I go to the project here, I should see the text here, as you can see the text area. Yeah, perfect. And finally, what I need this button. So let's actually get this button, which will be outside of our last form group. Here I'll just say that button with a type of submit, and here let's say that send. So that's it. That's what we will need for our contact HTML. So let's actually style it. So here in our style.css, scroll down. So we will have this style before our footer style. So before this footer style, let's have a comment for our contact style, and here we'll have the contact form style. So let's do that. So here in our contact, first of all, grab the contact ID. So let me actually grab it correctly, contact, and let's say that the padding will be 10 rem in the top and bottom and 0 for the left and right. And that's it for our first ID. So after that, padding, contact. Let me actually go to my project here. Now as you can see that in the top we have this padding. So after that, let's actually grab the wrapper. Here let's say the display will be flex, and align items will be the center, and also let's say the justify content will be the center. And if I do, I can see the items. We can see the left item in the left side, we can see the right item, means the form is in the right side. So it's looking good. I just want to make sure that the align items is actually flex start, so that we can have everything in the left side. So after that, let's actually have some gap here between them. So 5 rem will be good. Yeah. So after that, we need to actually specify that the left and the right, means the left side of our content and the right side of our content have the equal amount of width. So for that, I just can say that contact wrapper, and here let's actually select the left and say that flex 1, and also select the right one. So both, means the left and the right will have a flex 1, means they will have 50% width of the whole width. Yeah, that's fine. And after that, let's actually style this heading that we have here. So for that, I just can select contact left, contact heading, and here I will just say that font family will be the Montserrat. And if you want, if you can use fallback font family, and as you can see that I can see my font is changed here. So after that, let's actually increase the size of it. So 3 rem will be good. Yeah, and after that margin bottom will be 1 rem. Yeah, looking fine. So and after that, let's actually grab the text which is the contact description. So contact left contact description. Here let's say that the color will be the secondary color, secondary gray I mean, and margin bottom will be the 5 rem. Yeah, looking fine. And after that, we need to style this information. So let's actually grab our contact left contact, and this is the contact info actually. So info, and here I'll just say that margin bottom will be 5 rem. And after that, I need to grab the UL. So right now we have a UL style. So contact left contact info and UL, and here I have the list style, and I need to make it none because we don't want to have this dot here. So as you can see that this dot is actually just removed. And after that, I need to grab the li. So copy the selector because the selector will be the same almost. So here after that, I'll just select the li, and here I'll just say that border radius will be 12 pixel and overflow will be hidden. So after that, let's actually select the anchor tag, and here let's say that display will be flags and align item center and justify content center. And if I do that, I can see my list item, but now I'm saying that the display will be flagged. So that's why what it is doing actually, it is making everything in center. I don't want everything in center. I want to start from the start, means I want to start from the left. So I just can say that flags start will be the align items. So if I do that, sorry, not align item, justify content will be the flags start. So if I do that, everything will start from the left side, and I can see actually first icon here because we don't have any kind of height and width for this SVG. So I will do it in a moment, no problem. So before that, I need to actually increase the font size for it. So font size will be 2 rem. Yeah, they are looking good right now. And let's say that the padding we will have 1.5 rem around them. Yeah, looking good. And after that, let's also say that the gap we will have between them will be the 1 rem. Yeah, perfect. So here in our anchor tag, we are actually displaying them as a flag. So that's why these icons and this text are actually staying side by side. And now we are actually having this gap, which will allow us to maintain or control the gap between the icon and the text. Okay, after that, I think we don't need anything else for these icons or for this text right now. We can create a hover effect, simple hover effects. Let's go to our contact and left and contact info, and here UL, and if I hover one of the li, if I can spell here, I will change the background color of each. So background color will be our primary color. So if I do that and I will hover, as you can see that I can see the background color is changing. And if you notice that the border radius is actually 12 pixel because here we have the border radius in our li. Yeah, that's what we can see here. And after that, we also need to change the color of our anchor tag. So for that, I just can copy the selector with the hover and say that the anchor tag color will be changed also. So the color of our anchor tag will be the white. Now as you can see that the color is white. So it's looking great. As you can see that the color is white. And after that, what I need actually, I need to style those icons. So right now in our first item, we don't have icon because for the first one, we have actually directly SVG instead of our iron icons. So as you can see that for the first one, we used SVG from heroicons.com. And all other icons we used from iron icons. So that's why we are having this problem. So for that, I need to actually give some direct width to this icon so that it can actually get visible. So here in our contact left and contact info, let's select the UL, li, and inside this anchor tag I have this icon, and from here I need to give some width for it. So width will be 25 pixel. If I do, I can see my first icon. So that's actually looking good. Right now I have my 3 all icons, and after that I need to change the color of it. So let's say that the color will be, let's say that primary color. So primary color, as you can see that the color is now primary color. And if you notice now, so now if I hover one of the item, if you notice that the color of this icon, it is having a problem. So we need to change the color of our icon whenever I'm hovering. So let's actually duplicate this where I'm changing the color of anchor tag. So change it, and also say that here whenever I will hover, I need to change the color of our icon. So that's it. So after that I think it will work right now. So what I'm saying here, whenever I will hover the li, I need to change the color of our icon also, and the color of our icon will be white. So if I hover them, as you can see that the color of our icon is now white, here white, and also here white. So and after that we need to change the color of this text here. So let's actually grab this selector, not here, and instead of icon, let's say the text, and here let's say that the color will be secondary gray. So we are having this problem, as you can see that, because here you can see that whenever I am hovering, I'm changing the color of our anchor tag. We need to actually change the color of our text instead of anchor tag. So if I do that, I will actually override this style, because we are actually giving this style with the selector text. So we need to maintain the selector here and here. So if I do that, I should see, yeah, as you can see that I'm seeing that the color is changing and it is white whenever I'm hovering. So that's fine. And after that, let's actually style the social icons. So contact, and here left, and social icons, or info, I think the style or the class, I mean. Here I need to grab the UL, and let's say that display will be flags. So display flags, and align items center, and also list style will be none. And if I do, I just can see that everything is actually staying side by side, because we are saying that display flags here. So perfect. And after that we need to give the font size here. So font size will be 2 rem. Yeah, perfect. And after that, let's give some gap here. 2 rem will be good. Perfect. And finally we just need to change the color, and the color will be in the primary color. So just grab the anchor tag, I believe, and change the color of it. The color will be primary color. So if I do that, I can see the social icons are working perfectly fine. Yeah, that's looking good. And I think that's it for our left side. We need to style our right side now. So let's actually do it here. So first of all, in our contact, we need to select the right side here, right, and inside the right we will get the form wrapper, and here let's say that background color will be primary color. Yes, and after that I will just have the max width will be 500 pixel, and margin will be 0 and auto. Yeah, after that let's say that the padding we will have all around 5 rem. Yeah, perfect. And after that, let's also have some border radius here, 12 pixel. Yeah, good. And the color will be white. Yeah, perfect. And after that, let's actually select individual form group here. So contact form group, which is the inside the right, and here let's select the form group actually. And here let's say that the margin bottom will be 1 rem. Now we have some actually gap between this form group, and inside this form group we just can select the level here, and the level margin bottom will be 0.5 rem, and display will be inline block, and finally the font size will be 1.8 rem. If I do, it is not working because I have a mistake here. So it is not a class, it is actually tag. So for that I just need to remove the dot, and you can see that the font size is actually just increased because we just increase the font size here, as you can see. So perfect. And after that, let's go to our input wrapper. So contact right form group, and inside this form group we have our input wrapper. So input wrapper, and here I need to give the background color of white and also the color of black. Yeah, I can see that all the background is white. So after that, let's say that the width will be 100%, and also display them as a flex, and align item center, and justify content will be the flex start. And finally I need to say that the height will be 40 pixel. Now as you can see that we have 40 pixel here, and border radius will be 4 pixel. Yeah, little bit border radius, it's looking good, and overflow hidden. Perfect. And after that, let's actually style the icon here. So we can actually select this selector and paste it here, and from here let's actually grab the icon, so which is inside my input wrapper. Font size will be 2 rem, and if I do, I can see that my icons are now bigger, and the height will be 100%, and the width will be 50 pixel. And if I do, I can see that we have some space for this icon, but the icons is not aligned right now, because right now as you can see that it is in the top left corner. We need to make it center. So for that we can do display flex and align item center and justify content center. If I do that, now it will be center of the field, or it will be center of this icon div. And after that we can say that the background color will be, so I need to change the background color, and as you can see that we have this background color and it's looking good, I think. And after that we need to style our input. Right now the input is just not looking good, as you can see that. So let's actually style our input. So for that I just can copy the selector here and paste it here. Instead of icon, I just can grab the input directly, and let's say that the padding will be 1 rem, and here the height will be 100%. If I do the height 100%, I can see that the height is 100%, but I also need to make the width 100%. Width will be 100%, and if I do that, I can see that width is now 100%. Perfect. And I need to remove the outline here, so outline will be none, and also the border. Right now as you can see that we have no outline, and also we don't have any kind of border. We also need to change the font size. So font size will be 2 rem. If I do, and if I write something here, as you can see that the font size is now bigger. So that's it. And finally we need to style our text area. Right now it is not having a good style, so let's actually give some style to this text area. So let's say that contact and right side form group, text area. That's not a class. And here we need to say that width will be 100%. Now after that we need to make a height for it. So height will be, say that 250 pixel. And after that, let's say that resize will be vertical. Yeah, as you can see that now I can't actually do resize for horizontally. I just can only resize this vertically. And after that, let's say that the padding will be 1 rem. And finally outline will be none, and border radius will be 4 pixel. Yeah, fine. And one problem, it is not actually 100% width. So I think I'm missing something. Let me actually check it here. So here we forgot to do something here. So in our text area we don't have any kind of type. So let's say the type will be text, and that's it. And I can see that my message or the text area is having the car text style, means it is actually having 100% width and height is 250 pixel, and the resize is actually will be for only vertical. It will not do any kind of horizontal resize. And also after that, let's say the font size will be something like 2 rem. And if I do that, as you can see that it's perfect, the font is okay. Finally we just need to style the send button, so which is our submit button. So for that I just can say that contact right side, and here inside the form wrapper, from wrapper I can actually grab the button, which is actually our submit button. And for that I just need to first of all display it in inline block, and after that the width will be 150 pixel, and the font size will be 2 rem, and text transform will be uppercase. And if I do that, I can see that the text transform is uppercase, the width is 150. It's looking good. And after that, let's say that the height is auto, and height is auto here. And after that the padding will be, we will create the height with padding, because we will have the padding in the top and bottom. So 1 rem will be good in the top and bottom. So as you can see that we have our button height. And after that, let's also say that the font family, that not here, font family will be the Roboto Mono. And after that, let's say that letter spacing will be 0.3 rem. Yeah. And after that, border radius will be 8 pixel. Good. And finally outline none, and border none. Perfect. And the cursor will be pointer. Yeah, great. And it's looking perfect. And I think we don't need anything else here. We have this nice contact page here, as you can see that. And what I need to do, I need to make it responsive also. So let's go to our inspect and see what it will look like in our mobile device. It is not looking good. Obviously we need to make it responsive. So let's quickly make it responsive here. So media only screen and max width. So max width will be 768 pixel, and here I will just say that the contact wrapper, and here I will just say that flex direction will be the column, because that's where we have the whole flex. So if I do that, I can see that the text in the top and the form in the bottom, but I want the form in the top. So to have that, I just reverse that. So now as you can see that the form is now in the top and the contact information is in the bottom. And after that, let's say that justify content will be center and align items will be also center. Yeah, that's fine. And after that, let's actually go to our right side. So contact right and make the width 100%. Yeah, perfect. And after that, let's also go to the contact and right and form wrapper, and make sure that the padding will be 3M. So now as you can see that the padding is now a little bit smaller, and after that the width will be 100% and max width will be also 100%. Yeah, that's fine. As you can see that it's looking fully responsive right now. So finally what I need to do, actually I need to get back the footer here for our contact page. So we already have our footer in the index of our HTML. So if I go to the index.html, I should see the footer in the bottom of our website. So from here we are actually starting our footer, and footer will end here. So copy the all text for our footer and copy that and come here in our contact.html. So after this end of our contact section, we will paste our code for the footer. So as you can see that after the end of our this contact section, we have our footer section code, and if I save that, I should see the all footer here, as you can see. And that's it. As you can see that we have our footer, and also we need to grab the navigation menu. So for that, let's go to our index.html once again and copy the code for it. So this is the navigation section, as you can see. So grab this whole navigation section code and paste it in the top of our contact page. So here in the top of our contact page, after the body, just paste it. So after the body, now we have the code for our navigation, and after that we have our contact. So if I save that, so if I do that, I can see the nav menu bar in the top right corner. It's looking good, but it is not working right now. Obviously it is not working because we don't have the main.js linked with the contact page. So for that, in our contact page, we need to add this script here in the bottom of our closing body tag and add the main.js. If I do that, I should see it working. As you can see that, as I expected, it is working perfectly fine. So if I click one of them, means if I click one of our navigation item, it is not working. Obviously we need to update the link here. So for that, I need to go to our link here, as you can see. So if you notice that this item is now linked with the hero section, and it is linked with the ID. So it will work if this hero section is actually in our current page, but in our current page means in our contact page, there is no hero section. The hero section is in the landing page. So we need to link this thing in a separate way, means we need to go to our index.html, and after that we need to say that from the index.html we need to link it with hero. So if you notice the link now, we have first of all our path for our index.html, and after that we have our ID name with the hash. So that's how we need to link all of these things. So let's actually do it here. So for the last one, means for the contact, what I need to do, actually I need to link the contact.html and it will do the work. So we don't need to add any kind of ID for that because that's a separate page. It is not a section. And now I can remove this. So this will be the same. As you can see that this link will be the same for our index.html. So let's go to index.html and replace this thing. Now as you can see that we just replaced this old link with the new link, as you can see that. So now it should work. So if I go to the page here, and if I come here in our link, if I go to the home, yeah, it is working. If I go to the project, it is working. If I go to the contact, it's taking me to the contact page. So yeah, that's fine. As you can see that, that's how you need to link this item. So we just fixed the nav links here. We need to do same thing for our contact. As you can see that this is the contact here. We need to fix the link here. So let's say that for our home, we need to give the index.html here because this home is actually in the index.html file. So copy this and paste it here and here and here. So now we have the link for our all section, and finally for our contact we need to give the page path. So let's remove the comment here. Now it should work. So if I go to the contact page, now if I click one of the link here, let's go to about. Now as you can see that it is working. So these links, as you can see, that are working fine. So we need to do the similar thing for our index.html, means for our footer, which is index.html. So this is the footer of our index.html and paste it here. So if I go to the index.html footer now, and as you can see that it's working perfectly fine. Let me actually check one more time here if we have anything left. So project Amy, and need to link the contact page with this button. So I think we need to do one more thing in our about section. So let's go to about section. So here we have a hire me button which we need to link with the contact page. So for that, let's actually link it here. So contact.html. So now if I remove that, I don't need that anymore. So now if I click this hire me button, now it should actually take me in our contact page, as you can see here. So as you can see that this page is fully functional right now. Okay. So now as you can see that we have our nice contact page and we have all the links working, and that's it for our this video. So now let's actually create this scroll to top button. As you can see that here, whenever I click that, it will take us to the top of the website. So for that, let's actually go to our index.html. So before our navigation section, let's create the HTML for it. So here, let's actually create a comment first of all, and it will be a scroll to top button. And let's say that this is the end of it. And between that, I will have my HTML for it. And here I will have a div with a class of scroll top. And inside that I will have my SVG. So I already have the SVG, and if you don't, you can go to the heroicons.com, and from there you can just grab the icon, and the icon is actually a arrow icon. And if I paste it, as you can see, that's the icon. So search for arrow icon in heroicons.com, you will find this icon. So it's looking good, and now we need to style it. So let's go to our style.css, and after the global style here, means before the navigation style, and which is here. So navigation style, as you can see, that is starting from here. So we can actually create our style here. So this will be for a scroll to top button style. And actually let's create some style here. So let's actually grab the class which is the scroll top, and here let's say that z index will be 100. So z index 100 because I want this scroll to top button in the top layer of our website. So after that, the height is actually 60 pixel, and background color will be the white, and also the position, and position actually will be the fixed here. Once I do, and if I do fixed, I can't see it, I need to position that. So let's say that the bottom will be 10 pixel and right will be, and let's say that right will be 10 pixel also. So if I do that, so still we can't see it because we don't have any kind of width for it. So let's actually create some width for this SVG. So let's say that scroll top, inside that if I have any kind of SVG, I just can say that the width will be 50% and the color will be black, and we can just say that pointer events will be none, because I don't want to have the pointer events on this SVG. I want to have the pointer events on this scroll to top, means a scroll top div. So that's why I just removed the pointer events from this SVG. So now as you can see that I can see my SVG here, and I need to just do some style here. So let's say that cursor will be pointer here, and after that border radius will be 6 pixel, So already I have a height for it, but I don't have any kind of width. So let's actually give a width. So 60 pixel will be good. So as you can see that 60 pixel height and 60 pixel width, but the problem is this icon is not in the center of the div. So for that I just can say that display will be flex, and align items will be center. Align items will be center, and justify content will be center. And if I do that, now as you can see that I can see the icon in the center of the div. Yeah, that's fine. And after that I can do a little bit of styling, means I need a box shadow here, so I can do the box shadow. So let me copy the box shadow. It's a straightforward subtle box shadow, and as you can see that I have this primary color box shadow, and after that I just can transform it. Transform a scale 0.9. It is fine, but it is not functional yet. So for that, what I can do, so before I move forward, I want to say that if you want to know more about this scroll to top button, you can watch this video. As you can see that in this video I explained it well, and if you want to get more explanation on this topic, you can just watch this video. I will link it in the description. And after that let's actually do it functional, and for that I just need to remove it first of all, because I don't want to have this scroll to top button in our default view. Because if you can see that in our default view, means whenever someone will come to the website, they will not see this button in the top in the bottom corner. You can see that there is no button, but whenever I'll scroll, it will appear, as you can see. So after scrolling certain amount of height, I will actually show this button. So to do that, first of all I need to hide it. So let's say that let's comment it out. Instead of display flex, I will just say that display will be none. And if I do, I can't actually see it because now it is display none, and now I need to do other thing in my app.js. So let's go to app.js here, and first of all let's select the scroll to top button. So constant scroll to or you can say that scroll button is equals to document.query selector, and here you need to grab this, which is the scroll top class, I think. So after that we need to actually do, or we need to add an event listener on this scroll to top button. Let's say that first of all, if we have any kind of a scroll to top button, or if we have a scroll button, then what I need to do, I need to say that window.add event listener, and the event is actually a scroll. So whenever we will scroll on our web page, this event will fire and this function will run. And here I need to say that first of all I will check how much you are scrolling. So if page x offset is bigger than window dot inner height into what is multiply, yeah, 1.2. okay. And what is actually I'm checking here is actually if I scroll more than 1.2 times bigger than the inner height. So you can see that this is the 100 VH from top here to down there. So this will be the 100 VH or full inner height, and I will actually check for 1.2 times of this height. And if I scroll more than that, what I will do, I will show my button here. So I just can say that scroll to top button dot style dot display will be the flex. And if I do, let's actually check it. So if I scroll, so it is not working. I think I should console log something so that I can see what is happening. So page y offset. Okay, the problem is, as you can see that this is page x offset. I need to check with the y offset because this scroll is actually happening in the y axis. Sorry, that was my mistake. Now I should see my button. So if I come here and scroll, and whenever I will scroll more than 1.2 times of inner height, and I can see my button in the down right corner. So the button is actually appearing in the right time. So after that, what I need to do actually, I need to remove it. So in the opposite way, else scroll to top button dot style dot display will be the none. So that's it, and it will remove the button. So whenever I will go scroll and I will scroll more than 1.2 times of inner height, I can see the button, but I will, if I go up a little bit, I can't see it because we are now inside of 1.2 times of inner height. Yeah, it's looking good, and after that I need to make it functional. Now it is appearing in the right time, but it is not doing any work. So after that, let's actually say that a scroll to top button dot add event listener. So we are actually adding an event listener here, and the event is actually click event. So whenever I will click, what I will do here, I will actually go to the top of our website. So for that, I just can say that window dot scroll to this one, a scroll to, and I will just say that x0 y0 means it will go to the top of our website. And let's actually check it. So if I click, now as you can see that now we are in the top of our website. Yeah, perfect. So as you can see that this button is working, and let's actually check it how it will be in our mobile device. I believe it will be fine. We don't need to do anything else. Yeah, as you can see that I think we don't need to add any kind of responsive CSS for it because it is already looking good. And that's it. As you can see that we have our perfect scroll to top button, and that's it. We don't have anything else to do. And let's actually change the as you can see that fab icon here. In our end project, you can see that this is the fab icon, but in our project we don't have any kind of fab icon. So let's actually add one here. So let's say that link and fab icon here, and let's actually give the URL for it. I have an icon for our fab icon here, as you can see. So if you don't have, you can actually get those icons that I'm using in my website here from the source code. So the link will be in the description. So if I save, I can see my fab icon also. Yeah, that's it. We have completed full website here. Now it is time for deploy. So to deploy this website, we will use Netlify. So for that, you need to go to the netlify.com, and it is a great place to deploy your site. It is super fast, and you can actually do it very easily, and most importantly, it is free. So for those who are actually trying this thing or learning web design by creating this kind of project, this will be perfect choice for you because it's free and it has everything you can imagine for your use. So let's actually log in, and if you come here for the first time, you can just sign up. So once you are logging inside of Netlify, what you can do, you can actually deploy your site very easily. And if you want a complete guide how you can actually deploy your site here, you can actually watch this video. It's on our YouTube channel. I will link it in the description. Here I actually explained a lots of way how you can deploy your site. So now I'll show you a basic way how you can actually deploy your site. So after that, you need to go to this site. So here you will find all the sites that you already have in Netlify, and you can see that you can actually drag and drop your site folder. So I will do that. So this is the site or the project folder, as you can see that project ME, and I can drag and drop here. So once I do here, I can see that this is the site name for now. We will change it obviously, and you can see that production is published. So I can actually see my site now. If I click this link, you can see that our project is now live here, and if you notice the URL, this is actual URL, and if someone will visit this URL, they will see your site live. And I believe everything is working fine here. As you can see that everything is working fine perfectly. Yeah, our site is looking good. And actually let's actually change this name. I don't like this name. Let's say that here, if you come to the general and from here change the name. Yeah, msportfolio.netlify.app. So if you deploy your site with Netlify, the URL that you will have is actually will be something like that. You can actually choose whatever URL you want, something like ME's portfolio that I chose here, as you can see, and after that it will be .netlify.app. So you need to make sure about that. And if you want your complete custom URL, what you can do, you can actually add your custom URL here. So if I scroll down, not here, here as you can see, then domain management, click that and add your custom domain here. So if you have any kind of custom domain, you can add this custom domain with this project or whatever project you are working on. Yeah, that's it. Now we finished the website. As you can see that website is looking good, and we actually we finished the website. And as you can see that we started from the scratch, and we actually finished this website by deploying it with netlify. Yeah, I think our journey will end here, and I will encourage you to do more project. The more you will do, or the more you will practice actually, the more you will become perfect on it. So always try to make something, and I will see you in the next project. Till then, bye bye, Khuda Hafiz.